You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in to our late night program, Healing After the Watchtower, with our good friend Linda James, known as Pasta Babe. So she's coming in from Southern California, and she's on here with us now, and she's going to be exposing the Watchtower. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
I'm doing good. Full speed ahead. Had a good program today. Lots of people. Every week I'm coming on here lately. We're back on YouTube now, so that's good. But lots of people are coming through tonight. So there's still a lot of people listening on the phone line. So that'll be good as well. So I know that there's a lot of people that will want to comment on your program tonight. So I'm going to cut you loose, and if you need me, I'm here, okay?
Thank you so much, Rick. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, all. This is Pasta Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And I wanted to talk a little bit about what Rick was talking earlier about regarding the. I'm looking at this article right now, and it actually verbally plays it, an audio of it. So I'm going to share it with you. It's only about 4 minutes. And this was about new federal law that gives child sex abuse survivors more time to sue perpetrator enablers, I think. But anyways, so I'm going to give this a play so that this article can be read to you. It is from Tar Heel? No, the News and Observer. That's what it is, the News and Observer. So there's other articles you can look it up as well. And to just get clear, it's dated September 22nd, 2022. So I'm going to put this next to my mic so you can hear it. Usually I use the Bluetooth, but I don't know where it's at. And there'll be a commercial that'll come on too in a minute, halfway through.
New federal law gives child sex abuse survivors more time to sue predators, enablers. Survivors of some of the most egregious sex crimes have new access to compensation from their abusers, thanks in part to a congresswoman from Raleigh. President Joe Biden on Friday signed a law that removed the federal statute of limitations on civil lawsuits relating to allegations of child sex trafficking, child pornography, and other federal crimes harming children. Previously, most survivors had only until age 28 to sue in federal court, even though many people don't disclose their abuse until they are much older, 52 on average, researchers have found. Advocates publicizing the effects of childhood trauma have spurred a wave of legislation extending or eliminating statutes of limitation in states across the country, including North Carolina, which passed the Safe Child Act in 2019. That legislation, a portion of which faces a major challenge in the state Supreme Court, pushed the deadline for filing a claim in North Carolina civil courts to age 28 in most cases. Before December 2019, survivors typically had only until age 21. U.S. Representative Deborah Ross, a Raleigh Democrat, pushed for the federal change in a bill she sponsored. All survivors.
We might go into a commercial, we might not. All survivors deserve to see their day in court, no matter how long it takes them to process the trauma they've suffered, she said in a speech last week in the House floor.
When you think about it, all your
there's the
favorite
commercial.
memories happen with a frozen treat in hand. Whether it's the dessert at your 6th birthday party or chasing the ice cream truck on a hot
So we
summer
just
day.
got to go through
With
this.
Tasty Freeze at Wiener Schnitzel, there's no special occasion required. We keep the good times swirling with all your frozen favorites. Creamy soft serve cones, refreshing floats, and thick blended shakes in flavors like Fruit Loops, Oreo, and Reese's peanut butter cups. With Tasty Freeze at Wiener Schnitzel, it's easy to make any time a good time. Drive through or stop by today.
Should pick it right back up now.
Survivors deserve to see their day in court no matter how long it takes them to process the trauma they've suffered, she said in a speech last week on the House floor. Biden signed legislation identical to the House bill that was introduced in the U.S. Senate by Senators Dick Durbin, Democrat, Democrat of Illinois, and Marsha Blackburn, a Tennessee Republican. In each chamber, lawmakers from both parties backed the legislation. Limits to reform. Advocates have hailed the law as a victory for survivors, but noted that it leaves plenty of people out. Since the law is not retroactive, people who were affected by the old statute of limitations are still out of luck, said Jessica Skidlow, a staff attorney at Child USA, a think tank that studies and promotes legal reform related to child sex abuse. This will absolutely help victims moving forward, she said. But we still have all of these victims who've suffered past abuse who still won't be able to find relief, either in federal court or in state court. North Carolina lawmakers temporarily suspended any statute of limitations for child sex abuse cases with their 2019 legislation, but that provision is currently in limbo. State Supreme Court justices have agreed to hear arguments this fall about whether state lawmakers violated the state constitution when they allowed, for a 2-year period, any victim of childhood sex abuse to file a lawsuit.
Remember
A
that?
3-judge panel ruled 2-1 in December that was unconstitutional. If justices ruled the same way, dozens of cases could be thrown out, including one where some 60 alumni accused North Carolina School of Arts of failing to protect them from sexual abuse while they were students. Advocates and attorneys who handle child sex abuse cases say they hope the federal legislation will keep pressure on states to align their laws with the latest science and open new avenues to justice. You'd hope that might inspire our General Assembly to reconsider only extending it to age 28, realizing that the nature of these violations against children are such that it's just almost impossible to bring a case even in your late 20s, said Bobby Jenkins, a Raleigh attorney with Lanier Law Group. The firm represents several clients who made use of North Carolina's so-called look-back window, which closed at the end of last year. About half of states give survivors longer to decide whether to sue than North Carolina does, according to data compiled by Child USA. At least 9 states, like the federal government, have done away with age cutoffs. This story was originally published September 22, 2022, 6 a.m.
So I'm hoping everybody heard this. If somebody's on the line, can you let me know if you heard this article being read? Okay.
Yeah, we heard it, Linda. It was good. It came through
Good.
okay.
Good. So as you heard, this so it said that those cases that were there before. It's already talking about the next article, so I'm trying to stop that. Sorry. Oh, I could turn the sound down, couldn't I? Okay, turn the sound down. That worked well. So this is exciting news. This is exciting news, because we've watched so many cases happen, and they're still, meaning the organization is still going to go to court and say that they, have all these reasons why they don't have to report anything. But the fact that the statute of limitations is being taken away to where, from what I understand, there is no cutoff date. Okay, and the article mentioned that what's common is for people to, what is a common age for people to share that they endured CSA is around the age of 52. And I listened to Barbara Anderson have an interview with Fifth, and that's exactly what she was saying. And if you get a chance to look that up on his channel, the interview is like 2.5 hours. I mean, when she starts talking, she's very thorough, and she moves from one thing to another, and she just reveals a whole lot of information that she has as her own wisdom up there. But I remember her distinctively saying, what the usual is about age 52 to be sharing that this is even happening. Okay, my first husband never told me, and I didn't find out until, I would say, 5 years ago.
Hey, Linda, this is Rick. This is Rick Farron here at the control panel. We've got
Hi.
some issues with your sound. Are you doing anything different to headphones or something? It seems to be going.
I do have different headphones.
Yeah, something's
I
not
have
working.
my fans on.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of buzzing noises and in and out. We hear you, then it goes low, then it goes high. I mean, take
Oh,
those
no.
headphones.
Okay.
You don't really need headphones. You just talk right into your computer. That'll be
Okay.
fine.
Let me
Yep.
try that then. Let me make sure the sound is up. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The computer, is that right?
Yeah, just talk right in like you are right now. That's you don't need headphones. You can just and you'll hear the people calling in. It's the platform I have here. So just count to 5 for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's 1,000 times better. And you'll hear the
Okay.
people. You'll hear the people when they call in. You don't need the headphones, so just go with that, and it'll keep things nice and easy for people to listen to. So just sorry to interrupt you, but I had to come in and tell you that. Okay.
Okay. You sound like you're very far away. So if somebody calls in, I'm wondering if they're going to sound like that too. But
Well,
we'll
we'll
just go.
see.
Okay.
We'll take it from there. But yeah, it's it wasn't even easy to listen to before. But let's go. You're 10,000 times better now. I mean, that's what the platform is. It cost me a good pretty penny to do this. So I mean, I think that it would. You don't need headphones. Just talk right into the computer. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Good.
So going forward, and evidently you can hear me, so that's good to know. So I was talking about this case or this bill that's been signed. So everything takes like years upon years upon years upon years to have something succeed. So, it's not just a Biden thing. It took everybody all these steps to get to this and this and this and this and this to get to where it is today. And I believe there's something that's going to be done regarding cases from this point back to free that up. And I don't remember what it was, but yeah, that's something that there's some certain people working on it, and I don't remember who they are or what they're doing. But yeah. I'm now going to open up my YouTube so that I can look at the comments. Okay, I'm finding it. Nope, that's the wrong show. So I will go here to Rick's channel, which is Rick Farron. And once I go there, I should be able to see myself. Okay, there, yay, I'm going to be able to see the people in the chat, which is exciting. Live chat. There's 9 people in here, so that's good. And right now I'm not seeing any chat, but whoever's there, you're welcome to comment. So I'm very excited about that. Hi, John. Thank you. Somebody earlier was also talking about,
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, this is Mary. I'm on the I can listen in, but I'm also signed on to YouTube, and I noticed the comment section. I liked the video, but I can't comment, so I don't know if that's a issue or not. But I just want to let you know. There's no
that's
comment
fascinating.
open.
Oh, I see. You know what? I know exactly what you're talking about. So right now we're doing a live chat. So I don't think there is a comment section on or available for you to make a comment. Like usually videos happen and there's a section for people to make comments. What is available now is if you look just underneath the, Healing After the Watchtower, September 24th, 2022, Exposing the Watchtower, you'll see like a little message icon kind of thing. If you push on that, you can be part of the live chat. You could actually comment within the live chat.
Okay. Perfect.
And hi, Delon.
So
Delon's in the house. Please speak up. What was the last thing?
Letting you know that I'll do it right now. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, are you still here, Mary? It was suggested that you might need to sign in. So I believe she's talking sign into
Okay.
YouTube. So
Okay,
yeah,
thank you very much. I really appreciate you very much. Thank you so much.
you're welcome, Lev. So when somebody was talking earlier about, you know, what do we do when we first leave the org? Some people are inclined to stay within Christianity and maybe want to start going to another church or anything, or, you know, just check out different places. What's really nice about today is that we can look up certain churches on the internet, and they usually have past sermons, past events that are filmed. So you can kind of get a feel of what these churches are like. Also, you want to look up something, you know, that's called list of doctrines, so that you can decide whether you want to go there or not. If you want to get involved in mainstream Christianity, you know, and leaning towards that way, that's a good way to do it. Or you can stay at home, because many of the churches today do a live stream and have people show up at church, and actually that's been going on for years. So you can watch whatever church you're thinking about, you know, and feel the vibe or whatever before you show up. So I just want to encourage you to do that. Check out their list of doctrines. Check out if they have a mission statement, because, and I also want to encourage you to, when you start to attend a different church, I really want to encourage you to not get into service right away. And I'll tell you why. It goes against everything we are, I know. It just does, right? But what this does is it gives you a chance to lean back and take in what is being told. And to be honest, you're not going to agree with everything pastor person is saying up at the pulpit, okay? And in actuality, within mainstream Christianity, it's not like the Watchtower where we have to be in total agreement with each and every doctrine, okay? And if we're not, we're going to be kicked out. You can disagree. You don't have to agree until you find reason to agree, okay? So do your research, maybe ask somebody, and unless it makes sense to you or settles well within your spirit or within your intuition, don't let anybody force any doctrine on you, okay? Because today, you choose what to believe when you choose to believe it, okay? So Delon said, Mary, if you are not signed in to the YouTube, you won't have the chat available, chat ability. So that's good to hear.
Thank you, Linda. I'm also on YouTube, and
okay.
I am signed in, and for some reason, there's only the capability of watching, and then I liked it, so I was number 3. Seen the video?
Yes. Okay. So
yeah,
next to the like button.
Watch. I'm gonna unlike you. Watch this. I'm gonna unlike you, and then it says there's 2 likes, and then I'm gonna like you, 3 likes. So I know that I'm on.
Right.
There's the right. So okay, can you see it? 3 likes, and then, but
yes.
There's no way to. I don't see where.
Because this is dark, I'm going to show it to you and see if it shows up here. Here.
Okay, thanks so much. I'm new to YouTube, so.
Oh, okay. There, I believe I'm pointing at it right there. It's right in the middle. Oh, I switched the channel. I'm such a dork.
Okay.
So next to, right? 2 dorks getting along after the Watchtower.
Yeah.
So from left to right, first you see that thumbs up.
I'm more a geek. Okay, I'm gonna thumb you. I'm not gonna thumb you down, but I'm gonna remove the like. So you can see it's me.
But do
and I'm
you see
liking
that
one.
icon right there that looks like where you would receive a text on the phone? See that little icon right about here? That's what you want
No,
to
but I
tap
will
on.
not keep you. Oh, I don't see it, but please do not stop on the account of me. I'm new to this, so no worries. I'm listening in,
That's
and
okay.
I'll learn it later. So,
And
no, thank you so much.
that
Yes,
opened up the
there's
chat.
people listening.
Okay. Well, I'm
Okay.
glad you're listening.
I don't see it. I will continue to listen,
And
and I'll
that's
learn how to sign up to the chat later. I don't see it. I might be blind.
okay. We've all had our first time on YouTube or the internet, and
Yeah.
people out there are actually pretty kind when you say, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know how to do that. And
Thank
people
you.
really want to give you
Yeah.
suggestions.
There's so many people needing to hear you right now that I'll just step out and I'll pick it up, I'm sure. But thank you for being here. Thank you.
Sure. So Delon asked if what is next to the two icons after the thumbs up? Like there's a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Is there a little icon next to those two thumbs?
Are you talking to me?
I am, yes. I'm actually
Oh, well,
I'm actually giving you a message through Delon.
Oh boy. Okay. I see the like button, which I like, and there's like the 3, and I'll unlike it, so you'll see there's 2. I'm gonna like it again, so you know I'm on here. Dislike, share, save, report, and then there's the healing after the Watchtower, September 24th, exposing the Watchtower. Then there's a little down button so I can expand it, and that's usually where I see comments where I can comment. And then I see Rick Farron, and then how many subscribers, and I see that I'm subscribed.
So I'm wanting you to go up above subscribers. Let me interrupt you and kind of guide you a little bit, okay? And I'm on a device that's a smartphone. Are you on a computer or are you on a device?
I'm on a smartphone, an iPhone.
Okay.
So, yes. Mm-hmm.
So the chat icon should be just after the thumbs up and then the thumbs down, and there should be a square that gives that little dip of a triangle that gives the impression like it's a text icon. And if you tap on that, that would open up.
My phone, it's
Okay.
not there. It's not there. I don't know
I'll tell you what.
why.
Because of Steve Jobs. That's why. Steve Jobs was amazing. The man was brilliant. But,
it's not there. I don't see it. I expanded the screen, and I see you talking to us.
Okay.
But I don't see it.
Okay.
No.
That's fine.
Sorry.
As long as you can hear me, and that's fine.
I'm going to do maybe a desktop view.
Okay.
I went from
that's a good idea. Look at that. That was a good idea.
I'm on desktop view, and then you said, okay, so now I have options. I have can you repeat what I should be looking at for the message? CC? Is that what that is? CC?
I'm not hearing you quite well. What did you say?
I see it. I'm there. I'm actually here. I could comment.
Yay! Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you made it. Looks like you've made it.
So anybody else? Thank you. So anybody else needing help, just go to desktop view. Thank you. Thank
you. So as this chat is open, there's a couple of things here, and in the middle, it's like a 3-bar menu. kind of thing. When you open that or tap on that, it'll give you options of top chat or live chat. And you want to tap on live chat, okay? Live chat.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so when you start doing new things after leaving the organization, if you want to visit different churches or whatever, give yourself a good 6 visits, you know, to kind of absorb the atmosphere and see how you feel there. And I was suggesting to see things online. And this way you can get it, you can kind of be a fly on the wall, you know, just kind of check it out from your own home. And you can do that with many, many churches. You can look up their list of doctrines. You can look up what their mission statement is. Some of them are inclusive for LGBTQ people, and some churches are not, and that's, you know, that's fine. But you'll find out these different things because they all have their own personality. And when people talk about their home church, it's usually something that's in the town that they live in. And what's good about having a home church is you're going to meet people at that church that are in your town. So it's, you know, if you strike up a friendship, you've got people that are in town that you're going to be visiting, you know. So we are social people and we need social interaction with people. What's beautiful about after we leave the organization is that we don't have to all agree on the same things, and we don't have to all have the same belief system. And it's okay. It's totally okay, right? So-and-so sees things that way. And you know why? Because of their experience, their wisdom. And you're going to see things the way you are because of your experience. And to be honest, you have not had much of an experience yet, and neither did I. And the reason is because we are considered socially stunted. And what that means is that as we were inside of the organization, we did not get a chance to socialize all that much either with each other or with people from society at large. So if this was during your developmental years, if you were like born in or your parents joined from the time, like say you were 4 or 5 years old, these are your developmental years. So when we didn't take part in like the Valentine's Day or the birthday parties and all that stuff, that took away some of our ability to socially grow. So that's kind of an important thing. So we're a little bit behind in that. You have somebody here in the chat who's in a mood, huh? Yeah. So anyways, people have moods. So yeah, we don't all have to all agree. And I used to do some really socially unacceptable things and had no clue that I was doing that. So if you find that people get upset with you and you have no clue why, you might be doing something something socially unacceptable, but you have not been socialized to even know this yet. So it's good to have friends that you can say, what am I missing here? You know, why is so-and-so upset with me? And if you have one of those friends that can just really speak out to you and say, listen, this means this and this means that. And this is actually falling into the category of what someone would say is common sense, okay? But let me just say, we were not taught common sense. So we're socially stunted and we don't really have a full amount of common sense. And that's to be expected. That's our normal as we go into society at large. and try to assimilate or work our way into functioning out into the world outside of the seclusion of the organization. And when you do go to church, like I was saying earlier, I really want to encourage you not to sign up for service, because this is what happens when you get into service. Not only are you not getting to experience the whole experience of going to church and receiving what's being said and taking your notes, and they have like Sunday school and stuff, so your kids get to go draw pictures of Noah and the ark and the cute little lambs and all this, and show you their pictures after. And you actually get to listen without much distractions, and you don't have to make your kids stay quiet the whole time, right? So if you get into service, what that does is it has you invest into that church, okay? And what I'm suggesting is that you observe first for a good amount of time before you choose to invest into the church. If you notice, within the organization, as they start a Bible study, they'll begin to invite people to the hall. And it's not uncommon for someone to be an unbaptized publisher before they become baptized. So they're going out in service, turning people onto the gospel of the Watchtower. So they're walking through these things. They're selling the organization's paradise, or, Armageddon, or whatever, however it is. When you sell something, you have to believe in it. Unless you're a true con man, a true con person, otherwise it causes cognitive dissonance. If you're selling them something that you don't believe in, that's being a con person. You see what I'm saying? So you're investing in the message that you're sharing. So if you sign up for service for the church that you're attending or checking out for a while, that's going to have you mentally being investing. And that's one of the things that makes it to where it's hard to leave if you get to a point of coming up with any reason why you don't care to go to that church anymore. Say you moved, or one of the people in leadership bothers you, or there's could be some things that bother you, and you could have some reasons why you want to stop going to that church. If you've invested, it makes it tougher for you to do that. Within Christianity, you might get a few calls from the pastor or whatever if you stop going, but it's not the same as in the Watchtower. How if you stop going to the Kingdom Hall, you're designated as inactive, and or you get to a point of being even considered bad associations. Okay, it's not that way out in mainstream Christianity. You could actually leave one church, go down the street, and visit the other church. And this is not this grand event of apostasy, okay? It's just not. And so these are things that I'm suggesting that you don't get into service too early, because you will be investing. Because you'll be walking through certain things that you would need to believe in it or be totally for it. So I hope you're understanding what I'm talking about. I can remember I went to Calvary Chapel a few times, and they actually did this thing that was like going out in service, and they called it blockbusting. They were going to go out blockbusting. So, they were going to be giving out these flyers for the church. So there are other denominations that do going out door to door. So there's that. I'm going to read a few of these comments. So the So Bob Roberts is in the room, and he said, hello. Hi, Bob. And then Delon was saying that, I love the church I go to. I did what you said, and you're so right. The good thing is we have God as the common denominator. We don't have to agree on everything. This is the liberty of going to Christianity, like mainstream Christianity. Everybody at church does not have that mindset that they all think alike. Like the organization, like that's a thing to take pride in, and it's supposed to reflect that we're in harmony with Jehovah God and the spiritual food, and it's to confirm it's supposed to be this wonderful thing. What it really is called groupthink, okay? Groupthink is not that good of a thing. Groupthink is everyone has to believe in the same thing. Within mainstream Christianity, you can or you might not, okay? And so we don't have to agree on everything, she said. And then she said, and we're already tonight, we're already taught that churches are Babylon the Great. So we go in with a closed mind. This is so true. That's exactly what we were taught. Every other church besides the Kingdom Hall represents Babylon the Great, which is that harlot, okay? Which represents, you know, the scarlet colored beast that Babylon the Great sits upon with her wine and everything, looking all gorgeous and stuff, right? It's supposed to be like this alluring thing that the devil is trying to attract us to. This is not the case, okay? Babylon the Great. So we go in with a closed mind. To be honest, the first time I went to a church or whatever, I was having high anxiety. So that's going to be super normal if you have that sensation of just having high anxiety, because what's been taught to us falls under the category of fear indoctrination or fear induction. It was inculcated into our brains that going to any other church is the equivalent of showing up at Satan's church, okay? You get to decide whether this church that you're attending is something that you want to return to. You can listen to your intuition. You can listen to your gut. And at first it will seem strange, but you'll tap into it more and more and become more comfortable with thinking and reflecting on things that have happened and paying attention to your intuition, that gut feeling that you have. Okay, so we go in with a closed mind. So it takes time. Don't rush yourself and don't let anyone rush you. She says, Apostle Babe is absolutely right. Yes. And you know, so she's got some wisdom there. And she knew to just see, it's not uncommon to go through a stage of being totally scared, totally wondering if there's demons flying around, right? Because we've been taught this. We've been taught that this is the devil's playground, and that is really not the case. John Marcino, I hope I'm saying your name right. This is a perfect comment you're making for this situation that you're talking about. Back in the 40s through the 50s, didn't JW crash Catholic churches with religion is a snare and a racket sign? Yes, that's exactly what we did back in the day. That's exactly what the Jehovah's Witnesses did. Now, 40s and 50s. I believe it was 1935 or 1931 when the name got changed to Jehovah's Witnesses. So that's exactly right. They put on these signs. They carried, you know, signs that literally said, religion is a racket. religion is a racket. So when he says, didn't they crash the churches, he's right. They literally went like in a circle in front of a Catholic church. In front of it. Okay? So when you hear these stories about people in society at large bothered with Jehovah's Witnesses, it could be a little bit more than them not signing up for the military or them not being patriotic. Because Rutherford had people protesting with their signs saying religion is a racket or a scam and a racket. And that was a time when he was trying to be like, we're not a religion. Y'all are religions, but we're not. And we're so different, and that's all special. But that is exactly true. So there's this history within the organization that some people have not forgotten, and or the stories have been shared down through generations. That was very, very aggressive when that was going on. But there's different shows I've seen on jw.org that have talked about it and how they were honored to be able to wear these signs and give these messages, but it never really said that they went and picketed in front of the Catholic Church. It's like they were begging for a beating, okay? When you do stuff like that, you're begging for a beating. You are. And I don't think that they, at that time, even realized that. And if they did, I don't even know. I just don't even know. It's the same as getting in somebody's face. When you stand in front of a church and protest and show up with signs that are protesting signs, right? So that is definitely something that the organization did. Also, too, making friends when we leave the org is also something new. Within the organization, we were not, for the most part, allowed to associate with people unless they were fellow Jehovah's Witnesses. If they were not fellow Jehovah's Witnesses, they were considered acquaintances, work friends, or schoolmates or whatever. But we were trained that bad association spoils useful habits, and it's these useful habits that we've learned at the Kingdom Hall and through the faithful and discreet slave that's given us our spiritual food at the proper time. So associating with those out in the world, that would erode or dilute this good spiritual food that we've gotten, okay? So we're not supposed to associate with people out in the world. So in other words, if they're Jehovah's Witness, they're our friends. It's not that way out in the world. You actually kind of start a conversation a couple of times and see if it flows. And if it does, you'll recognize that you'll do what is called, you click, okay? So being willing to start a conversation is okay. We went to theocratic ministry school. We learned how to start a conversation. We can do it, okay? We can do this. You might see somebody at a coffee shop, and it's like, say, if I was at a coffee shop, I would say, I love your skirt. Where did you get your skirt at? That starts a conversation. That person is going to be very happy to tell me where she got her skirt from. She's going to be complimented, and you're going to get to go look for that skirt if you want it. So being that we've been to theocratic ministry school, we are equipped to start conversations. It's hard to start conversations with this group of people because we've been trained that they are under the influence of the devil. But as you go along outside of the organization, you will find that there are very kind people out there. And then you'll find that there's rascals out there. You'll find that there are some people that get by in life really manipulating people. And you might even have them in your life and not even realize they're manipulating you, because you're probably used to that behavior within the organization. But over time, you'll begin to recognize what are fake friends and what are sincere friends, you know? And you'll learn what priorities are within their lives. And some of this stuff is going to sound very foreign to you. Putting family first, that's not something we were ever advised to do. We were always to put Jehovah before everything. And that meant put the organization before everything. It was this, are you going to love Jehovah more or your child more? Are you going to love Jehovah more or your parent more? These are not comparable situations. It's like saying, are you going to love your husband more or your child more? They should not fall into the same category. They're different levels. So if you think of your kids, you know, they're one level, they're dependent upon us. We're coaching them to become productive adults in the future, for them to eventually grow up and go out on their own. Within the organization, they make sure that we don't mature enough to be able to go out and go on out to function on our own. So in a normal situation of being raised, once you get into your teens, you're given a few more responsibilities and a few more privileges. And as a parent, you would give them a little bit more and see how they do with it. And then talk to them about what they've learned, or if something went bad, you know, they get to come to you and tell you about it. And you let them know that that's understandable. Sometimes that happens and blah, blah, blah. But you want to get them to a point of like getting ready to be independent. The organization did not want us to get ready to be independent. They always kept us dependent so that we'd always stay like as if we always stayed at home with our parents. So that's not a good thing for us. But in society at large, like that's within America at least, that's what is encouraged to, over time, in helping our children grow up to be productive adults. We give them more privileges, we give them more responsibilities. And a lot of that is to get them used to thinking in a certain manner of, okay, I'm going to have to pay rent, I'm going to need to pay bills, I'm going to have a car payment, I'm going to have an insurance payment. So you're getting them used to thinking that way. This is a good thing. The organization makes it to where we won't feel equipped to leave. And that's why we end up scared. That's why we feel hesitant. So what you can do now is gain your own wisdom. You're going to make mistakes and you're going to make good choices. Then you're going to get the consequences for them, just like I did. And that's how we're going to learn, by our own wisdom. So hopefully the negative consequences will teach us, because we got a negative consequence, that if we don't want to experience that again, maybe we should do it differently next time, right? And some of us, like myself, have to do it maybe 12 times to even realize what I'm doing wrong, okay? That's part of being socially stunted. So somebody in this chat is saying some things. Also, too, if you can go to, say, the mall or the park, or even in front of a movie theater, and just kind of watch how people interact with each other, how they're laughing or how they're um, interacting. It will be good for you to watch because it gives you the freedom to be yourself more, if that makes sense. Yeah. Leaving the organization, as as Joyce Taylor once said, is like getting dropped off in China and being told to find your way home. It's scary. It's very, very scary. But I can tell you from my own experience, it is so, so worth it. It's also not uncommon to have a time of mourning over leaving the organization if you did choose to leave, or if you were excommunicated or disfellowshipped. Much like leaving an abusive spouse, it's still, even though you know you're making a wise decision, it's still mourn worthy. So let those things happen. Do not tell yourself that I shouldn't even be hurt. I shouldn't be crying about this situation. They, have done all these bad things to me. Okay, they have, and you were bamboozled and deceived and everything. But at the same time, this is like, if you were born in, it's like your culture of origin. So shifting and changing is mourn worthy, if that makes sense. Do I hear somebody that is calling in? Wants to speak up? I thought I heard somebody touch this *6. Do a lot of observing so that you can get used to the culture that you live in. And if you have people that you can talk to, ask them, why did you do that in that way? And if they don't look at you like you're an idiot and actually don't mind telling you, you're going to learn some stuff from them too. I can remember not even understanding why people behaved certain ways. That's normal too. And what you're going to find is you will find your center. You might get a bit overreactive in some situations, or you're not used to being able to display your emotions and stuff. So at first, when you start to display emotions, or you start being silly, or you start being playful, it's like over the top, okay? It's over the top. That's okay, because eventually, like a pendulum, you're going to find that middle ground to where it'll balance out, okay? That's normal. And there's still a competition thing that happens out in the world. If you dig being competitive and that's something you enjoy doing, then have fun with it. I'm not much of a competitive person. I'm more like, okay, you win, let's move on. Okay, you win, you're the better one. Let's move on. I don't much care for being competitive. It's not much in my nature. But I know that there's people out there that that's a good time for them. So they enjoy that competitive thing amongst each other, and it's actually more of a.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, who's this?
Your favorite apostate.
Hi, Daniel, my brother. How are you?
Daniel. Good. I was thinking about your show. I think it was last week on triggers. Was it last week you were talking about triggers?
Yes.
Like trigger words or things that trigger you. And not to take you off a subject, but I thought about it during the week, and I thought, you know what? That's the most beautiful things to experience. And you know why?
Why?
Is it shows us where we have to work on ourselves. When you say, like, for an example, when you leave a cult or whatever, something you've gone through that was traumatic, and it affects your psyche, it affects you to your core. when somebody can say, and say you think, well, I'm doing all this work, I'm working on forgiveness, I'm working on love, I'm working on moving forward, and then somebody can say something, and you're like, well, darn, how can I be triggered like that? And then you go back and you feel that energy and you set with it and be okay with it. You kind of surrender in a sense that you just set with that energy. Okay, why did that make me feel this way? And you see where it goes. And sometimes if you set with it long enough, you realize, oh, it's because my mom used to treat me this way, or it's because the Watchtower did this, or because, whatever. See, that allows you to go to the core issue of it. And once you can go to the core issue of it and set with it and acknowledge it and then let it go, it will no longer be a trigger for you. But it's often enough we get triggered and we get mad or find ourselves irritated, but we never address the issue. We never sit with it and sit there with it long enough to see why it's actually triggering you. What is it actually bringing up? What is it actually causing you to shake or internally or, however it's manifesting itself. But when you can actually sit with that trigger and allow it to go back to the core of why it bothers you so much and just sit with that and surrender that, it becomes something that it's no longer an issue because you realize what it is. And but I don't know if I'm making any sense, but too many of us just get triggered and even like, why am I getting pissed off by this, or why am I feeling sad because of this and that? But we don't really go anywhere with it. We just are, oh, that's just a trigger word for us, or that's just something that triggers me, or whatever. And I had to learn to do that because there were many triggers coming out of the Watchtower for me, I can say, that people would say or do, and I'd find myself either agitated or sad or whatnot. But I had to learn and go and sit with it and just embrace it, welcome it, and to try to get to the core issue of it. And once I got to the core issue, it was no longer a trigger for me. I don't know if that makes any sense. That's just
it does. It really does, because it helps you connect some dots. Because triggers are, from what I've read, are basically results of trauma. So when we're triggered today because of trauma we've experienced in the past, it's as though we're scared because of a situation that happened in the past. So our body is used to reacting that way.
Right.
So we look around and go, but that's not the case today. I don't have to worry that I don't have to look at it today as I'm an adult and I'm standing here safe like I did back then when I was a kid and I was not safe. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes with people, they'll be triggered a lot of times before they even realize why they're being triggered. So when you find yourself reacting with anger, with tears, with like you're defensive or something, reflect and ask yourself why. Because I was talking about, I don't know if I mentioned it last week, but I think I did. If I stood next to somebody in a suit, a white male in a suit, I would be anxious, super, super anxious. For years, I could not figure out why, until I realized, oh my God, this represents an elder. This represents an elder from my childhood, you know? And that would trigger me.
See, when you're able to go and sit with it and experience it and see, it's kind of like an anxiety attack. I'll tell you what, I had a few anxiety attacks after leaving the Watchtower. I didn't know why. They were random. I would be perfectly fine. I wasn't thinking about anything that I knew of. All of a sudden, I had a massive anxiety attack. I couldn't breathe. Thought I was going to have a heart attack. What I did to get over that, I didn't get on any prescription or go to the doctor. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I went to the doctor several times because I thought I was having a heart attack. They did all kinds of scans on me. And then I realized on my own, I asked the doctor, I said, because they said there's nothing wrong with your heart. You're fine. Well, they did a complete scan on me and did a stress test and all this stuff. And I asked the doctor, it just hit me. And one day I said, could this be an anxiety? And a form of anxiety or a panic attack? And he says, well, yeah, that we've had people come in thinking they were dying and they were having an anxiety attack. So the next time I had that happen, and this was a few years ago, I just went with it. I said, I'm safe. I'm protected. I'm okay. I can take a breath, even though I was taking I felt like I couldn't breathe. I could take little shallow breaths, but I went with it. And I was set with it. And I let that go. Where is this coming from? And the anxiety was coming from my dad being of the anointed and dying, to not having peace with my parents and being shunned. And I started listening to all the things that were coming to my mind at that time.
Right.
And I said, you know what? I'm safe. I'm protected. I love my dad. I love my mom. And what I went through in the Watchtower is okay, because I learned what I learned. And I'm safe to go through these things. It's okay. I just started talking to myself. I know that probably sounds maybe like I need therapy for talking to myself, but I just started talking to myself out loud and walked myself through it. And all of a sudden, I didn't have anxiety attacks anymore. But when I had them, it felt like I was dying. I literally felt like I was going to die. I thought I was having a heart attack, or because my heart would race. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. And
right.
I had to do self-talk.
You did what? What was the last part you said?
Self-talk.
Self-talk?
Self-talk. I had to talk to myself and talk my way out of it and just tell myself I was safe, I was protected, and it's okay to be where I'm at. It's okay to have left the Watchtower. I'm still loved and accepted for who I am. And it was just, I call it self-talk. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I talked myself out of it. You know,
that's really
because that
mind over
anxiety
matter
attack
kind
is
of thing.
very real. Yeah.
And panic attacks are more common.
Attack, or if you want a panic attack, are very scary. It can be very scary. And you think about the way we were raised in the cult. You were taught that you leave this organization, you're not only going to lose everything, but everybody else out there in the world is demonic. Every church out there is demonic. Every person out there is going to take advantage of you. They ain't going to love you. It's Jehovah's organization that loves you, and you're going to learn that, and you're going to come back. That was my anxiety on top of my dad being of the anointed. I was betraying the whole family, and basically Satan was using me, because this was the programming. Satan was using me, even though it was my own issues of waking up. I still had a thought in my mind, because everything my mom said to me, Satan was using me to destroy my dad, because he was of the anointed.
Satan is using you to destroy your dad.
To break his faith, to cause him to fail of his spot, to be being of the anointed. Because if Satan can't get you to fall yourself, he'll use your children, he'll use your wife or your husband or whoever. And so
have you ever noticed how much power the devil has? He can do so much more shit than God can. I mean, really. The devil's like rockin' awesome, because he's got all these powers, plus he owns like all these kingdoms and stuff. And who handed it over to him? God. Just like
Yeah.
he's a bratty little bully.
That, he can turn into a snake. He can turn into a snake and talk to a woman and cause her to eat an apple that God said to stay away from.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the power that the devil has been explained, or demons have been spoken of, is way outlandishly more than how it probably is. Okay. And I believe that fear has been used to control the masses and to make it to where you fear making choices or making moves on your own because you might make a mistake. And okay, last Wednesday or Thursday night, the meeting, I listened into it, and it was talking about this one prophet dude who went and said something. He went and prophesied something, and then the people where he prophesied to invited him to eat there and have something to drink, and he says, no, I wouldn't do that because God told me to just give you the prophecy and then to not eat anything here or to drink anything here. And on his way home, and to go home in a different way than he showed up there. So he's going back in a different way, right? And this other dude shows up and says, I'm a prophet too. And God told me that to invite you in and to give you some food and all this stuff. So this prophet of God was even deceived. Okay? And because he was deceived, he had to be done away with. So any mistake we make equals death. Okay? Equals death. That's huge. Where in reality, yes, we get negative consequences from our mistakes, and some pretty bad things can happen, but it doesn't mean it's our death. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we can gain some experience and wisdom to change our behavior. You see what I'm saying?
Right. See, that's why it's in, like, I don't know if you were listening to Dan and Angela's call tonight, but that's why it's so important that if we can do our own research and learn to get out of our mind and into our heart. Our mind is where the fears, the doubts, the anxiety, the panic, and all that, and where it makes it real is where it manifests, because it manifests from the mind. You start having a thought, and all of a sudden you could find yourself anxious or stressing out about this or that, and then it can manifest physically. And then when it manifests physically, you could start shaking internally. You could start having a hard time breathing, have an anxiety attack, panic attack. And it's where you move from the mind to the heart. You're at a different vibration. You're no longer allowing the mind to control you, because you realize you're not the mind. And that's where people get hung up, is in the mind. And that's where the Watchtower always wanted to keep us at, because that's where you're easily controlled at. And that's why they taught us the heart was a treacherous thing. They would use a scripture. I don't remember what scripture that was, but I remember it being read. And I never really understood what they were trying to say. But as you get older and wake up, I realized that the one question I asked myself, I was on the 6 screens for about, I don't know, a few months when I first discovered 6 screens. And I noticed that this is what I noticed. For me, the experience was, oh my God, I'm not alone. I'm not crazy. And I was hearing everybody else's experiences and whatnot. And I thought, that is so powerful when you realize at that moment, because you're thinking to yourself, say you're born in or you've been in for many years, and say your family's in, you're thinking, why am I seeing this and they're not?
Yeah, that's a trip.
How am I able to? And it messes with your head. So when I discovered 6 screens and I was listening to the calls, I spoke up the very first time. And that's not, I'll tell you, I was still painfully shy back in those days, much more than I am now. And for me to speak up on a call like that would probably never have happened before. But when it was everybody else on there. I think Dick Borgie was on there, and obviously Rick. I can't remember everybody else that was on there at that time, but it was so empowering. It was like, it made me. I cried. I broke down on the call even and cried because I realized I wasn't crazy. I wasn't stupid. I wasn't being deceived by the devil.
You're not stupid.
But
it's very common for
the time when
it's very common that when somebody really realizes they are in a cult, it's not uncommon for them to like go somewhere and literally bawl their eyes out for a couple of hours, maybe the rest of the day. And I'm talking men and women both. It's just that devastating, okay? It's a trip. You've talked about how when you were disfellowshipped and you said hi to this other disfellowshipped dude, some elder comes around and gives you a talking to, and you get a consequence of being, disfellowshipped another 6 months. The control that they have, like, disfellowship people aren't even allowed to speak to other disfellowship people, is crap. It's just crap. It's like,
that's crazy. I didn't even know that was a rule until I experienced it.
Yep. And as you explained it, this elder literally physically took you away from talking to that guy. Took you away physically. He wasn't like manhandling you, but he was directing you. It's just crap,
Yeah, it was
Listen,
crazy.
We were talking panic attacks.
They won.
I wanted to talk about panic attacks for a minute or two, because I've experienced it in the past, so much so that I was literally agoraphobic. Could not leave my home. Okay? So it's not uncommon for people that have gone through such a high control, high demand group to be involved in this kind of a group to have panic attacks, okay? Some people are just more prone to them than others. So when you feel a panic attack come on, it's good to have a solution to help you get out of it. And one of the first things you can do is breathe, because it's a trip. You get this panic attack and you're like, and you're kind of holding your own breath. It's so counterintuitive, but this is what it almost seems like a natural thing to do. So you have to tell yourself, okay, you breathe in through your nose, you breathe out through your mouth. And you want to do this a good 3 or 4 times intentionally. And a lot of times when I'm doing it, I'll still get them at times. I'm feeling myself shaking, like, just literally teeth chattering, right? And what that will do a good 3 or 4 times is that literally brings your heart rate down. Because part of the symptoms of a panic attack is this rapid heart rate, okay? Also, what you can do is look around the room and try to find how many things are red. Okay, I see a pan right there that's red, and I'm looking over here, I see one more thing that's red, that's 2, and another thing, that's 3. And that helps to bring that away too, because it takes you out of the panic and more into your head. So you've done the breathing. It's you look for how many things are, say, green or red, and that really, really helps. Bob Roberts says, I get panic and anxiety attacks quite a bit. Not uncommon, hun. Excuse me, I'm going to mute for a minute so I can cough. But go ahead, Daniel.
There's one time in particular, I was just sitting watching TV, And I always knew when I was going to have one, I would get a sensation in my nose, between my eyeballs and my nose ridge. It was the right below your eyeballs and that part of your nose where it begins. I would get a weird sensation, and all of a sudden I would get a shortness of breath, and my hands would go sweaty. And I wasn't even, it just shows you what could be going on even in your subconscious mind. But I wasn't consciously thinking anything but watching a movie. And I felt it coming on, and I had them previously, once in a while. And I got pissed off. I said, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. And I got
That's very helpful, by the way. Getting pissed off at your panic attacks is very helpful. Very helpful.
I got up. I was sweaty. I was taking very short breaths, and because I felt like I couldn't get a full breath of air, right? And so I lived in a huge apartment complex. It was the size of a football field. And so I went for a walk. This was like probably 9, 10 o'clock at night. Went for a walk around the whole apartment complex, football size. I went around that about 5, 6 times. I told myself, I'm going to walk myself through this. And I didn't care. And I was speed walking. I wasn't just barely crippling along. No, I was speed walking, and I was breathing short. And all of a sudden, I just kept telling myself, no, this ain't happening. This is not happening. You don't have any power over me anymore. And I just kept walking. Before you know it, I had been walking 30, 45 minutes. I came back into the house. I was breathing just fine. My heart slowed down. How fast it was going to me speed walking slowed my heart down. And I eventually, about 45 minutes later, it slowed down before that, but I had just kept walking anyway. I go back into the house and sat back down. And my wife at the time says, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I just had to walk some stuff off."
Yeah.
But it just angered me because it had the control that that I was allowing it to have over me. Because once you realize your heart's safe, it's not your lungs, it's actually in your head. And I had to get out of my head. And once I realized that the power that had, of whatever I was subconsciously even dealing with, once I got out of my head and took power back, then I realized in the rest of my life, oh my God, how much power do we give to other things? And so then I've never had an anxiety attack since then, and it's been years.
That's beautiful.
It's
that's beautiful.
It is, but it was scary as hell. I'll tell you that. I'll be honest with you. I did go to the hospital thinking I was dying.
Many people do.
But they couldn't give me the answers. They even said, "No, your heart's good, your lungs are good, your blood pressure's good." I'm like, "But what the hell's wrong with me?"
Right?
Yeah, but it was getting out of the head.
I'm not real sure why anxiety or panic attacks, and I believe I'm talking about the same thing. I think those are interchangeable. Anxiety attack, panic attack, I see them as the same thing. I don't know why exactly we have them, but it's almost like our body or mind is betraying us and making us fall victim to it. So it's a very scary place of having a sense of no control.
Trauma. It's the trauma manifesting itself physically. Because when people like myself said, well, I wasn't thinking about anything negative. I wasn't thinking about the organization. But here's the problem. A lot of the stuff is subconscious. You don't have to be consciously just focusing on something negative and all of a sudden you have it triggers that. I mean, you can, but it's not always that. It can be on a subconscious level, and that's why it's so important to take your power back. Is because most of mine was triggered with the Watchtower. And so when I realized that, then I was able to surrender that and let it go. But if I hadn't figured that out, I'd probably still have them today.
Hey, Daniel?
Yeah.
Daniel. Hey, Daniel, this is Gilbert, and I want to, I've been on the chat session, but I thought I want to throw something by you, like a different angle. I'm not going to go religious on you, but I want to talk about like somebody that you know about, because you were J-Dub, but and it might help other people who go through this and those anxieties or those feelings that you went through, because a lot of it has to do with you guys are talking about the optics. We allow our weak mind to see things in a way that only hurt us. We have to train our mind to think, critically or with power. But listen, just real quick. I tell this to a lot of people. There was this couple, and in Bible times, and Zechariah, and I forget his wife's name, but he was a priest, and they didn't have a baby. So check it out. Or Elizabeth, Zechariah and Elizabeth, and they didn't have a baby. They were old, but he used to be a priest. So think about this. You're now really old, and all of a sudden, your wife is pregnant, and not only pregnant, you're cousins with Jesus Christ, and this is John the Baptist.
I gotta walk away for a few minutes, gentlemen. I'll be back.
No, but check this out.
Carry on.
The story is great because John the Baptist was like us, the Jehovah's Witnesses. He would go to the temple. He would go to the Kingdom Hall, right? John the Baptist would go, and his dad was a big shot. And John the Baptist was like, well, if my dad's a big shot, and I was born from an elderly couple in a miracle birth, well, John the Baptist probably had the illusions of grandeur. But something happened along the way, and John the Baptist, in my opinion, went through what you went through and I went through, what J.W. Fairy Tale calls his personal Armageddon came. And he was sick and tired of it so much that he got rid of all of his clothes, and people now knew that, hey, this John the Baptist dude, he doesn't dress like us. He dresses in a way that was totally 180-degree opposite, kind of like Gandhi. There's pictures of Gandhi where he wore ties and suits when he was in London. But man, he said, I'm ditching this. You guys are a bunch of, whack jobs. And so he dressed like his, like the poor people of India, the commoners. The point I'm trying to say is this. I think John the Baptist, what happened is he said, oh my God, I was born for this. So what means everything that he learned when he was a kid, he learned, oh my God, they're going to kill me too, just like all of the other guys in the Bible. I'm the one special. And see, so Jesus was preparing everybody, hey, if they're going to kill me, what do you think they're going to do to you? And so what I'm saying is with you, if you look at what happened with you and other people that are listening, if you think about what happened to you as a Jehovah's Witness, you say, great, I was born for this. I was prepared for this. Like you take it as a badge of honor, because now you're going to use that, and you don't have to help people like in the Jehovah's Witness world. You can help people, all over the place. But so you take lemons and you make lemonade, like they say. Is that making any sense?
Yeah, no, I'm listening. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that even the greatest guys like John the Baptist, he thought, my dad's anointed, he's one of he has those nice clothes, and I'm, so he probably thought, kind of like in your case, with your dad, your dad, remember the anointed class, and when your personal Armageddon came, like, oh my God, everything that you were taught was true. It was just not in the way that you thought it was. You see? So it was true. But it's like I tell people, I told my ex-girlfriend, I thought Jesus was talking to somebody else when he said, stop looking at the straw in your brother's eye. Nah, he was talking to me. I learned And so now I realize that, hey, everything I learned pretty much, not everything, but a lot of things are true. It's just in this world that we live in, everything is like manipulated, everything is twisted. But you could take it back and say, no, no, no. I was born for this moment. I was born to be a good brother, to be a good sister, and I'm going to take all of these bad experiences, and I'm going to fight back. You know, because you really were prepared for this moment in time.
Right.
And the moment you just help one person, you know, I know possibly James, you know, she gets all kinds of notes and letters, and you come to find out that, yeah, it's worth it. It's just like Jesus says, you know, who's going to, you know, you leave the 99 behind and you go after the one. And so what happens is all the things that you suffer seem trivial. Or like, who cares, you know? I got bigger fish to fry. You know, and so we still cry because, you know, I still worry about my brother and sister who are Jehovah's Witnesses, and I have feelings about the past, but I told Linda James too. You know, George Washington specifically talked about this. You do not look back unless it is to derive useful lessons of past errors. The only reason you look back is because you want to not make the same mistakes.
Right.
You know? But we're constantly looking forward.
What I think that, and this is just my perception, if you look at Christ and the disciples, and you remember the story when they were arguing amongst themselves who Christ might have thought was the greater one of them all, and then Christ comes in and starts washing their feet. I believe that what Christ wasn't teaching a religion, he was teaching them spirituality, and he was trying to teach them to get out of the mind and into the heart. And I'll tell you something else to give you another example with that. When Peter saw Christ walking on the water, and then Peter got out on the water, he went from the heart back to the mind, and fear took over, and he started to sink. See, when in the mind is where our fear, our doubts, self-chatter, all of this stuff, programming, people, that's why the Watchtower uses the wording they use, and they use the subliminal images. It's to keep us in the mind. The mind, you're easily controlled. It's like being in the Matrix. Once you start to have an awakening and you step into the heart, the one place the Watchtower doesn't want you at, that's when you connect truly with self, with your spirituality. That's where you open up and the ego starts to dissolve. And you start to see things that were right in front of you the whole time, the scriptures that were right in front of you the whole time, and didn't realize it. You didn't acknowledge what it actually meant. You see, it's transcending from the mind, the heart, and realizing you're not the mind. The mind is your thoughts, your chatters, your whatever. But your heart is where you truly connect with self, with your spiritual self, and you transcend to that unconditional love, which we were not. You know what? We were taught we had unconditional love, but we didn't really. All the love in the Kingdom Halls was based on, if you did this, if you did that, then you're loved. You know, the moment you stepped outside that box, you weren't loved anymore.
Correct, because you could actually say, using your illustration about with Jesus and Peter, when Peter left the boat, he left the organization. He left the safety of the boat. And that was the beautiful thing. He ditched everything, and so did John the Baptist. He ditched everything, and that's why a lot of people say it's better. Well, Shakespeare says it's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all, because when you lose everything, that's when you win. You have to lose everything to get it. And there was another thing I was going to say, but
yeah. We definitely lost a lot.
I'm going to be talking a lot about this in the next couple of weeks. A lot about this, and it just goes back to like Matthew 6 when Jesus says, "Pray, Heavenly Father." Well, if God is our Heavenly Father, that means we're His children. And that means you and I are brothers. And He specifically talks about not giving each other titles and putting one person above the other, like He said about washing the feet of the apostles. They were arguing of who's going to be number one. But when you accept the fact that God is your Father and you're His Son, you're right. It changes everything in that when you realize that you're a spiritual person, you no longer have a desire to know more than your brother. I don't want to compete with you, so I know more than you. No, we're brothers.
Right. You're sharing, you're growing, you're learning. Yeah. The thing that I learned a long time ago, somebody said something that just stuck with me. The moment you think you know it all, you stop growing. And I thought, oh my God, that's so true, because in this lifetime, you could master probably several things, but to know it all, no, you never will. It would take lifetimes to master everything. But that's the beauty of it, though, is you're learning. When you look at it that way, to me, it keeps you humble in the sense that you don't know who can come your way, and whether it's a child, an adult, or an elderly person, who you can learn what from. It's having that awareness to realize you can learn from everybody. You could even learn from nature, or just going out to the beach or the woods or whatnot and just have a aha moment. You know what I mean? It's keeping yourself in that joy, in that moment of love, and just having a knowingness about things you learn, and you keep growing, you keep learning. That's what I find amazing about this life, is that it's not allowing your head to get big. It's just, what can I learn today? How can I improve on this? Or,
I think Einstein was the one that talked about that, about knowing what you just said about when you think you know it, or you stop learning. George Patton in World War II, the general said, if everyone is thinking alike, then no one is thinking. So that, you always have to put yourself in check, like, if everyone agrees with me, then I'm probably wrong.
Yeah. But it is beautiful when you find like-minded people, though. It is beautiful because you can bounce stuff off each other and learn from each other. That's what I love about calls like this. It's not like the Watchtower. You can freely speak what you're thinking, and hey, I could be completely wrong, but be on a path and feel this way, and then you come along, or somebody comes along and gives a different perspective, and I can go, oh wow, you know what? I hadn't thought about it that way before. You know what I mean? So that's, to me, is how we grow and learn, and we have that freedom now to do so.
No, yeah, and so that's all I'm saying is that like people and listen is hey, accept it, just accept it, and accept it all. I think, who was it? Paul said he considers it all a joy. When you consider it all a joy, like you said, you're happy that you're learning, and now you can put into practice the things that you've learned. That's my opinion, anyways.
Yeah, that's the freedom we now have that we didn't have in the Watchtower. You had to be very careful. I didn't even realize how careful you had to be. See, with me, being born and raised in, I didn't go and talk to the elders or other people in the Kingdom Hall, or even my own siblings. I was the oldest out of 5. I didn't talk to them about the way of my questions and where I was at, and why is Christ only the mediator for the anointed and not for the rest of us. I had questions about, even partaking. Is when you look at the scriptures with partaking, this is something I never recognized when I was in the Watchtower. Jesus sat down with his disciples and was telling him what the bread represented, what the wine represented. He said, do this in remembrance of me. And he explained why. And he said, if you don't do this, what it represented, okay, I never got that scripture until I was on my way out. The disciples were not yet of the anointed. Now, we were taught that that whole thing was for the anointed only. They did not become the anointed became anointed in Pentecost 33 CE. The disciples were not yet of the anointed. Yet Christ was giving a commandment, and if you understand that commandment and why he was saying that, is you were acknowledging his ransom sacrifice. So to not take of the bread and the wine, you would be denying the blood and the body of Christ. It did not click on my head until I started doing my own research. And one day I had bought me I went to a Christian bookstore and I had the New World Translation still, but I got my concordance study Bible. So it was like NIV, it was like 4 Bibles in one, right? And for whatever reason, I reread that scripture, and I'm like, I started to cry because I realized, my dad was partaking, but I realized all these years when the wine was passed, when the bread was passed, I had been rejecting the blood of Christ. When that hit me, oh my God, I about fell to my knees. It broke my heart because how many, all the congregations I had been throughout the years, we maybe been in one that had my dad and somebody else partaking, but for the most part, it was just my dad. And I was thinking, if we were in a congregation, say, of 100 publishers or 150 publishers or whatever, all of us were just passing it on. And everybody's looking over to see if anybody's partaking, and we're not thinking anything of it, other than buying a nice new dress or a nice new suit to come and look all fancy, and missing the whole entire point of the memorial. That got me hard. That hit me hardcore.
Yeah. And another thing, just on a little side note, it's not as important as what you just said, but this thing about like when Watchtower tells us not to eat and they eat, it goes against us not being equal again. You see, Jesus said we're brothers, right? So we're equal. So then everybody eats or nobody eats because we're equal. United we stand, divided we fall. So Jesus wants us all to eat, or we don't all eat. We're all going to fast today, and we're all going to feast tomorrow. Okay, that's fine. But we do it all together. And so it's a clear example of all dividing and conquer. We divide the congregation, and we conquer it. And it's just a constant dividing, a constant conquering, constant dividing. And it's so sad that of all the things that they could choose to divide you, it divides you on eating the bread and the wine. That is so satanic,
Well, and if you go a step further with it, I use this analogy with my parents. When I was on my way out, I'm not disfellowshipped now. But my parents tried to get me disfellowship for apostasy, but I don't know why I didn't get disfellowship, but anyway, I didn't. Anyway, I told because my dad was partaking, and I said, Dad, look at your situation. The anointed, the way the Watchtower teaches us, the Bible was really written for the anointed only. It's not really even our book. In fact, as the Watchtower used to teach, and I think they still do, they just don't talk about it, is really only Jehovah's Witnesses are the anointed. The earthly class are not really considered Jehovah's Witnesses as far as the Watchtower's belief system. And the Bible was written for the anointed. And so I said to my dad, okay, so you got the faithful and discreet slave, and you got, say you have, I don't know what the number is now, I'm just going to throw a number out there, 7,000 anointed ones out in the world, in the congregations, right? And I said, Dad, if you or any of those other anointed ones in these congregations spoke up and said, you know what? No, this you're interpreting the scripture wrong, or something's not right here or there. And he started asking questions. I said, Dad, do you know you could be disfellowship or apostasy as quick as I could be? And he never thought about that concept. I said, Dad, you're supposed to be one of the anointed. So why aren't the other anointed at Watchtower connecting with the other anointed on the earth and discussing things with each other? Why can they have power over you even to where you can't even ask questions, or you could be thrown into having being an elder body committee and being disfellowship for apostasy? He could not answer me. He just says, well, you got to leave certain things in Jehovah's hands. You got to, you got to leave it in Jehovah's hands. It's not my job. And I said, Dad, if you look at the scriptures, what it's saying, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And you know what? I Linda James, I think I told you the last time where, Jesus had 12 apostles, one, minus one Judas, minus two Peter and John, who wrote books in the Bible. And I told Linda James, I go, the other 9 apostles also wrote letters. But the reason you don't see them in the Bible is because they were, in the letters, this is my opinion, the letters of the other 9 apostles were like, what the hell are you talking about, Paul? Why are you giving everybody titles, names? And what's your problem with women? And, so what I'm saying is that the other 9 apostles had disagreements with Paul, which is normal. But hey, let's not put these letters of the other 9 apostles in, because we don't want the people to think that it's normal for there to be debate and dissent. That's how, and going back to your dad is like, yeah, Dad, why can't you dissent? Why can't you say, speak your mind? Because the other 9 apostles did. It's just their letters have been hidden from the general public. That's all. That's just my opinion.
Wow.
That's my opinion. But darn well that those 11 apostles weren't. God doesn't want it that way. God doesn't want us all to think the same way. Everything. If you look at everything that God has created, everything is different. That's why He wants it. In every part of the world, the kingdom world, whether it's the plants, food, it doesn't matter. God made everything different. He made different are different. All dogs, not all dogs are the same. They're all different. So, and we should embrace that. And Jehovah's Witnesses don't. No. Yeah, and so
what I.
Go ahead.
It's that I'm trying to think of the scripture. If it's Galatians 5:1, I think it's Galatians 5:1. See, the Watchtower tries to control you, even though there's scriptures like the Bereans were considered honorable people, because they didn't just accept what was being written or said. They went and did their own research. They were considered honorable people. And then I went to, I think it's Galatians 5:1, that Christ is saying that basically you're a free people. Be careful you don't allow your yoke to become enslaved again. If you take those scriptures and then try to apply it to the Watchtower, it doesn't work. Because you are a slave to the Watchtower. Your obedience to them is considered your salvation to Jehovah, your loyalty to Jehovah. If you don't be obedient to them, you're going to die. You're going to lose your life. And that's not what Christ was teaching. If his disciples started acting that way, darn well Christ would have set them straight. There are so many scriptures you could look at that knocks the Watchtower off their totem pole. You know what I mean? It's they're just on an ego. They're the Pharisees. They remind me of the Pharisees, and I thought of that years ago when I was on my way out. I go, these people the evil slaves. They're the Pharisees. They're putting their people back under the law, and yet Christ set his people free. You know, it's amazing.
That word that you're using about slave. In other translations, the word is steward.
I just want to let you guys know I'm back, but I'm
conditioning you. See, you see how Watchtower is conditioning you by calling it the faithful and discreet slave? They're conditioning you to be a slave. But then when you find out that, oh my God, the other Bible translations call it a steward. And that makes total sense, because either you're a good steward or you're a bad steward. So if your mom and dad give you money, are you a good steward of the money, or you're not a good steward of the money? See, it makes real sense. It makes common sense. It's very simple. And so you say, why does Watchtower use the word slave? Well, because they're conditioning you, and also because they're programming you. In the last, one of the last videos that came out of Watchtower, about all those girls, a bunch of girls, about complaining and fighting with each other over Pinterest and Facebook posts. Well, anyways, the older sister says, well, after even if I have a bad day, I always enjoy the meetings. And she goes, let's go back and finish the program. And if you notice, it always says program. And the TV station always says tonight's program. They're telling you the truth. Satan is telling you the truth. I'm programming you. And you're like, okay. See, Satan is always telling you the truth. Because then in the court of law, he's going to say, well, I told him the truth. It's just, but he's playing with words. He's manipulating you. Yeah. He's very legalistic in that aspect. And they don't realize, oh my God, I'm being programmed. Well, of course you're being programmed. You go to the assembly and they give you a program.
Yeah, that's
Think
true.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching channel 11, and what do they give you? Tonight's program. The news, tonight's program. They're telling you.
The Watchtower has been very brilliant. They learned how to program, and the rest of the world does it too. We weren't necessarily aware of it, but when you come out of a cult, your eyes are wide open, and you start to realize the similarities with their governments, with TV commercials, programming you to buy this, or all of a sudden now you're craving an ice cream, or you're craving a hamburger and fries. Watchtower found what worked, and they became masters at it. And then they start.
They're always playing with words, and they're always twisting the words, and that's how. That's why they're. Yeah, so it's because what they're trying. The reason they twist the words is in their sick, demented mind. They say, well, in judgment, I didn't, Your Honor, I didn't say that. And you know what? In an American court of law, yeah, you're right. You didn't say that. It's not my fault that he implied this. So that's why they do what they do, and that's why they play with those word games, because they know what they're doing is immoral and evil. They're just a bunch of word gamers. Look at the Bible, the New World Translation. Yeah, they're playing with words. Mm-hmm. And look at their Bible. Just read it backwards, like if it were an algebra equation. It's the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. So it's the Holy Scriptures translated by the New World. Just read it backwards. It's telling you. The New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures, read backwards, is the Holy Scriptures translated by the New World. And now, like Paul Harvey said, now you know the rest of the story.
Yeah. No, I can hear you, Linda. Just so you know.
Okay. Sorry. I'm just fine. I'm listening. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Well, it's your show, so anything you want to talk about, we were just chatting away. So sorry.
No. Listen, I'm backstage, and I don't want to have to wake up Rick to let me in the studio. So I'm thinking it's at that 2-hour point almost. So I'm going to just stay on the phone and chime in when the time comes. But I don't want to wake up Rick to let me back in the studio. I accidentally dropped myself out.
Oh.
What I was doing was looking for my Bluetooth because I could not hear the people talking through my little device that I have here.
Oh, okay.
I'm glad you're here, Gilbert. It's getting silent. I totally stopped the conversation, but I liked it. I like what you guys are talking about.
I just didn't want to feel like we were taking over the show, so I just,
No, I like it. I like it when conversation. I like it when conversation can flow.
Yeah. No, it's just interesting with the Watchtower is they really did a number on their members, of their control, and really figured out how to make it work. It's I don't know why I'm hearing an echo myself, but anyway, just to come out of the Watchtower and to find ourselves and go on that journey. It's been an interesting journey, to say the least.
It has, and I think that we still keep learning and still keep dropping some of the indoctrination throughout our journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a process. It's somebody shared one time about the onion and how there's many layers to an onion, and I thought, well, my God, I must be a pretty big onion because I keep finding things I got to let go of, or surrender or whatever. It's you spend that long, or you're born in and raised as a child as all you ever knew, and taught everything else as wicked and evil and satanic and whatever else they wanted to throw on top of it. It's to be raised and come out as an adult. It's kind of you have that first experience of realizing, wow, that person's not a Jehovah's Witness, and they treated me nice, and they did one thing in return.
It's always such a huge surprise.
Yeah. But no, it's amazing how many people out there in the world. I mean, even watching the news, like the other day I was watching the news, and it showed this woman cop. I guess she pulled over this guy, and he starts attacking her. And all of a sudden, this guy, it shows him on the cam. He's on the cam, and he parks his car in the middle of the road and jumps over and goes and tackles the guy that's trying to beat up the woman cop and takes her down. And then the other cops show up to the scene. But the guy was trying to grab her gun and do whatever, but this guy stops. And it just goes to show you there are good people out there everywhere. It's not just because you're a Jehovah's Witness that makes you good, and everybody else there is bad because you got that label as a Jehovah's Witness. No, there's good in people all around, and I've even seen, which is nice to see, because there's so much of the media that portrays black men or whatnot as bad or evil or whatnot. I've seen the same thing on different shows where a black guy gets out and helps a white woman some guys are trying to mug or rape or do whatever, and gets over there and he considered her hero. I mean, there's good in all people, is my point. Regardless of your color, your religion, your atheist or you're Buddhist or whoever you are, there's good people out there all over the place, no matter what. The world we live in today is sad. It's just trying to start race wars and get us hating people for who you voted for, and all it's just politics have turned into a flipping mess, and it's just a crazy time right now.
It is. If I had to guess, I would guess about 85% are good people out there, and the last 15% are, just perpetrators and scoundrels and con men. That's just my guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just,
Hello?
it was every, oh, go ahead, sir.
Hello? Hi.
Thank you. Hi, Haley.
Hi.
Welcome.
How you doing? How you guys
Good.
doing? Okay. You can finish what you're saying, Daniel, because I just wanted to chime in to tell you that I was watching something. Daniel?
Yeah, no,
Daniel?
go ahead and share what you have your thoughts.
Okay,
I
because
was
I
kind
just
of
don't
done,
want you
so
to
go
lose
ahead.
your train of thought. Guys, on Netflix, they had so many documentaries about cults.
Yes.
And I'm glad that you guys brought up about, how Watchtower is manipulative and what have you, is because I was watching one that's about Warren Jeffs called,
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yes, called Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey, and another one about Our Father, and how these people, and some other cults too, what they have. And then I saw another documentary that was narrated by actor Peter Dinklage, who was not only in the Marvel movies, but he's also in Games of Thrones series, about how to become a tyrant. And the same thing as you were always speaking about also, Linda, about narcissism. Warren Jeffs is a narcissist. The one about Our Father, who was, I forgot the name of the doctor, who used his sperm to illegal artificial inseminate a whole bunch of women, and he has about, hundreds of children. And they showed the one about the tyrant, about Hitler and Muammar Gaddafi and Idi Amin and Mussolini and who else? And what's his name? Jung from North Korea, and all these other ones. It shows that they all had this, these thoughts of narcissism, and how they ruled with an iron hand all their people, to the point that there were suicides, deaths, and all kinds of stuff. The horrors that they've done to make people, subliminally come and fall at their feet like they're deities. I mean, thousands of people, thousands and thousands, if not millions of people have, just their lives ruined because people's quest for power. And they said that it wasn't the money that much that these people wanted. Just the quest for power is so strong that they wanted to do that. And that's what I wanted to just bring out.
So it's no surprise that when someone in the congregation is elected or, chosen and asked to be a ministerial servant or a elder, that's considered quite the honor because they have a position of authority and power, simply by a title. Not because they've been educated and equipped for it. Well, they learned how to use the shepherd of the flock. That's what elder school is. You learn how to use the shepherd of the flock. So when they have to do the thought of stepping down from having that position of power and authority, it's horrifying. I would think horrifying for them,
That's true.
Then there's the pressure that if your kids do anything wrong, if they do something that's a disfellowshipping offense, you, as an elder, would have to step down. Now, could that be why elder kids gets away with everything? So the elder doesn't have to step down? Maybe it's more about the elder than the dang kid, you know?
True. True, because some of them have their thoughts of grandeur when they were, before they became a witness. Some of them probably were the kind that, they have a menial job, or some of them don't even have any employment, and they want to be thought of as important. So those are the elders, no doubt, who, rule the congregation with an iron hand. Congregations with an iron hand. Because there are some nice elders. There are some ones who really want people to learn, to be more spiritual, to have a relationship with God, true relationship with God, but and be a follower of Christ, a real disciple. But then there are some who are thinking that, this is like a corporation, or Watchtower's a corporation anyway, so they want to move up the corporate ladder and become big cheese,
Yeah.
Oof, crazy.
So, what's his name? Prison Experiment? Ingram's or whatever? The Prison Experiment. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but I brought it up a few weeks back where he, as a psychologist or psychiatrist, was out of college, and he put an ad in the paper for students to do an exercise. So they checked all these students out that applied for it, made sure they were mentally stable and stuff, and they put half of those students as security guards and the other half of the students as prisoners. So just
I've seen the movie, yes. Yeah, they had a movie about that, yes.
So in that experiment, it came to a point where some of the people that had the positions of being a security guard, they ended up abusing their position of authority and power. And it went too far. So I compare that to the organization and the elders or ministerial servants, and how the congregation is taught that the gentlemen need to reach out for positions of leadership. So if you don't reach out, it's kind of like you're choosing to be spiritually weak. It is expected,
Yeah, that's true. They try to get them now. They're trying to get them young, according to not only on Reddit, XJW Reddit, but also the videos, and Kim and Mikey, along with the Lady C and JT, the critical thinkers, and Lloyd and what's his name, Jay the comedian. They were bringing out about alt-worldly, the guy in the alt-worldly, and some of them, they were bringing out a whole bunch of videos about how they're trying to get the young people, young brothers, trying to get them baptized as young as 6 and 7 years old, so that by the time they're maybe around 17 to 18, they could apply to become a ministerial servant. So by the time they're 25, they'll be an elder. They're trying to get them really young. And some of them who they're trying to get, to try to tell their parents or their guardians when they're younger to build up in them maybe thoughts of grandeur as young people too, as children and young people. Build that up in them, make them feel that, oh yeah, you're important, you're important part of the not only congregation, but you'll be a big head, a big cheese in the organization and all that, and while also taking their little money, their ice cream money or their cupcake money and everything as donations, and a very bad legacy starts.
And they label it as theocratic interest rather than going to a secular college kingdom interest. That's what they call it, kingdom interest.
Yeah.
So as teenagers and stuff are being raised, they're like, go to college where all this bad stuff happens, or get involved with kingdom interest and deal with all these positions.
Right.
So they look very good. And the godly side or the worldly side, you know?
It's a mess. It's a mess, and they're messing with the minds of children who normally would probably just go to school, go and play games after school, get into some sports, maybe get into something like music or some types of something of the arts or something like that. You know, enjoy maybe a nice, you know, TV show or something like that. You know, they're trying to make them so and I use the term Stepford, like the Stepford wives or the Stepford husband, or in the way Stepford children, to program them. And I'm glad that Dan, you and Gilbert both brought out the term, that term, or that phrase, that pays, program them and control them to make them into the so-called human beings that they want them to be, without the enjoyment of thinking about the enjoyment of life, or doing anything that is normally okay. You know, like for instance, on one of the SJW Reddit, they had a thread about how some of the witnesses, when they were the extra witnesses, when they were children, they had to go to the assemblies and the conventions for a week. They were about 10. Used to be back in the 50s and 60s. Toward the 70s, the assemblies were 10 days long. 10 days long. I remember we're going to the conventions when they were 6 days long when I was a kid. And I was like, to make that your vacation. Oh no, you're not going to go to Disneyland. You're not going to go. Well, at the time, that was in the 70s. Disney World wasn't in existence in the 70s. They were in the 80s. But Disneyland, or any type of Coney Island, or any type of beach or anything like that, like Jones Beach here in New York, or go anywhere. So, you're going to go to the convention, or the convention or the assemblies, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna wear the suits and wear your hats, and wear the dresses with stockings and your hat, and all this other, feeling uncomfortable and everything, and you can't go to sleep. Your parents slap you or embarrass you or beat you, if you go to sleep and everything else. And the only thing that we look forward to was talking to friends a little bit during the intermission and eating the good food that the organization used to provide long time ago, like the hoagies, the hamburgers, the danishes, and the frozen puddings and stuff like that, or working with some of your friends to prepare that food. That's the only thing that we look forward to. Otherwise than that, it was that mind-boggling, drivel that was given all the time, and the long, what is that, prayers? They used to go to sleep all the times when Freddie Franz used to have his give the that. It was like you almost miss some things, you almost miss some things, That's it.
I think there's something special about that man. I think he was like a real unique person that was probably off the chart with autism or something. He was very peculiar. Just that he was, he had a presence.
Oh yeah, Freddie Franz. Yep, he had a presence, all right. He was trying to, I think, show people himself. He wasn't as narcissist as, in my opinion, because I met him about once or twice. As what's his name? What's that guy name? As some of them that are in BB 2.0, Morris and the rest of them, who have what you could tell an arrogant attitude, But I think that he was I guess he was in so many words trying to show people, well, I'm a learned man, I'm a learned man, and I know I have a great deal of knowledge to share, and I'm going to share it, and he actually was a scholar. He actually was a scholar. I mean, he talked a great game and a great, a great deal, but he was a scholar. He actually did his research and everything else, and
he used to go to university.
Yeah,
to be a pastor.
Yeah, true.
And he dropped out. He finished it
Right.
out.
Exactly. He did. I guess that also they probably figured that, well, we could, whatever I've got, the foretaste of what it is to be a lettered man. I could use that and whatever training he has from the university and use it for Watchtower, to his own advantage. All these other ones, they just like what they say, fake it till you make it. Let and Swain and of course Morris and Hurd and all them, they fake it till they make it. Saunders, Sanderson, they fake it till they make it.
Right.
So
that's exactly how it is.
But man, as you were saying, narcissism. Some of the things that I saw on the Netflix documentary about Warren Jeffs, those tenets and those different ideas and everything, it'll blow your minds, guys. Everyone, whoever's listening, will blow your mind if you haven't seen it already. Watchtower, it just reminds me so much. Watchtower reminds me so much of what this man is doing, and they call it fundamental Mormonism.
Fundamental, yes.
Yes.
He still runs his church from the jail cell.
Yeah.
And, he would take, because they have schools there too, the children and stuff. He would say, kids can't have any toys anymore. And all of their toys would be taken away. Can you imagine?
I was looking at that like, oh my God. And another thing, Linda, did you know that when he took over, when his father was what they call the prophet, when his father was alive, his father would allow them to wear all types of colors. They were able to wear all types of hairstyles. They were able to play games. The kids were able to play with toys, play games. Play not playing sports, but like jump rope and tic-tac-toe, and have game, like running games, the sock, what do you call the kind of games that they have at picnics where they put them in a sack races and stuff like that. When his son Warren Jeffs took over, they could all that was abolished, and they couldn't even wear the color red because he hated the color red. They had to wear no prints. They couldn't wear any prints, but the women better adorn their hair all nice. And that's also when they had the CSAs for them came in big time.
Yes.
I mean, 12-year-old girl that they have raped a 12-year-old.
Right. So there's quite a few, not quite a few, but maybe 3 people that have left that particular group, fundamental LDS fundamental or fundamental LDS, and they've written books, they've exposed him, and they've left the group. And they have 4 or 5 kids, It's not easy. So there's a whole underground system that people that have left, where they can go to them. plus, there's another thing. What they do within these groups is they get rid of the teen boys, the teenager
what they call
boys.
them, the lost boys. They end up calling them the lost boys. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Throw them out into the, like, just throw them out of the group.
Yeah.
And like they have to survive on their own. So there's also something for them going on too. That the atrocities of these groups are just insane.
And it's
but
crazy
the reason
because
they get rid of the teenagers is so that the older men have access to the women to marry them.
Yes,
that's why.
And that's a heinous thing because they have men as old as 70, 80.
Yep.
Get still in trying to impregnate these very young girls, and children even. They're trying to mess with the children,
Right.
Some of them probably, no doubt, one of the girls said in the documentary as young as 10. Some of them tried to groom them as young as 8 or 10 to let them, to tell them, well, this is what you're going to be looking forward to once you turn a certain age.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really heinous. I mean, reminding you of how they, in the Watchtower, how Watchtower had it, where young sisters are groomed as young as probably when they reach, middle school age, to let them know, well, this is what's going to happen. This, I'm sure that they don't try to put a brother in the face like 70s and 80s years old or 6-year-old, but there's some brothers that they would like for them that in, young, decades younger than that, for them to look forward to marrying, and sisters are thought of before. Now it used to be if you're 26 and older, brothers wouldn't be looking at you because they feel that you're over the hill to them in Watchtower world. And Watchtower world now, they want the sisters to be younger. They want them to be younger than 21. And I looked at that like, wait a minute, these girls haven't even lived yet. They haven't even lived yet. Some of them don't have work, like not so much a full-time job, but some of them don't even have part-time jobs. They want them to be temping or living in their mother's house in order to be thought of as, good marriage mates, the best marriage mate or marriage partner you can have. But any sister who is living, having a full-time job and she's not pioneering, or they feel she's not reaching out, like you said, that they probably would, not probably, but they no doubt try to make them an example of being spiritually weak or being too independent, being Jezebel-like, and not a good marriage partner potential.
Yeah.
I looked at that like, oh my God, this is really heinous. This is not only heinous, but it's ridiculous, really ridiculous. Yet, they would set those standards.
Part of the reason that the men will have so many wives is it's literally from the culture, the beginning of the culture of polygamy, and like that's a real, like they think that's that's pleasing God. The more children you have, and then that's going to work for them in the afterlife for their planet. You know what I'm saying? And a wife considers herself, like that's their spiritual duty to bring children into this world, and they are, how do you say, like they're already alive, so they get, so you know what I'm saying? They get impregnated with spirits that are already alive, and then they bring them to the earth. Mm-hmm. So they have pre-existent lives, the children that they have. That's how they're viewed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. When I looked at that, and there was something else that someone also brought out about on a YouTube video. When I think it was when Lloyd was speaking to a Mormon, no, He spoke to Mormon, and then there was another one where I think JT and Lady C, they spoke to Mormon, and they were explaining that too. I was shocked. Because I really never understood about the Mormons except for the Osmonds, Donnie Osmond and his brothers and Marie and all them, their family. And then there was a couple of other famous people I forgot from long ago who were Mormons. And then when they were trying to have an infomercial about, their Book of Mormon, and also, also what they were saying about how the Mormons weren't, the ones in Salt Lake City who have their tabernacle. One thing that I admired about them was that they could have their careers that they want, even being in Hollywood or some kind of fame, and they were also encouraged to go to college, and they're all encouraged to do all they can to help people and in different charities and everything. While Watchtower doesn't allow anyone to do hardly anything,
Yep.
except for what they want them to do. I admire the Mormons. I know that that's a cult, but that is some of the aspects I admire about them.
Well, they have a college. They have a college called Brigham Young University, and the instructors. I listened to a video one time where one of the instructors was instructed to teach something that wasn't true, and he said, "So if I don't teach it, I'm going to be fired." And the guy said, "Yeah." So he ended up leaving as an instructor, which was pretty brave, So there's some shenanigans going on there, and it's still a form of keeping them out of the world. But they have what is called a family night or something like that, and once a week at what they call a ward. They don't call it church; they call it a ward. I think WARD or something, ward. So they'll be able to invite friends from their job or their school that are non-Mormons and invite them to these events, and they're fun-packed events. So that's part of the recruiting as well.
Yeah. Wow.
But they got started 100 years before the org did, and they're filthy rich.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're filthy rich. Yeah. Man. So it's something how a lot of people want, their power is now just to make up anything. It's like making up a company, or getting a as they have that Netflix document about how to become a tyrant, getting people to believe these tyrants over nations on the political spectrum.
Right. So
I mean, just
political leaders and cultures are very much high on the.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like the dark triad and sociopaths or psychopaths, so declining the latter is quite easy for. And we have Mitt Romney, who's a Mormon.
That's right.
And their hope is to infiltrate the political world, so that when, just like the witnesses think that God's going to, it's going to be a theocracy. They think the same way. So when someone such as Mitt Romney is involved in politics now, he's doing God's work, He's setting himself in place for when God turns the earth into a theocracy.
Yeah, he's he was something else during what's that guy? Barack Obama's candidacy. Their campaigns and whatnot, and but he's not the worst politician though. I mean, there's other ones that are worse than him, but he's not the worst politician, you know? So, Mitt Romney, so. But I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. What I was about to say, yeah. But, you know, it's a sad state of affairs that they have a, you know, in the Watchtower. It's like you can't do anything. I noticed that, you know, social medias and this was just motion on my hand. Sorry. The anger that they have toward, you know, social media, you know, accounts and what have you. But then yet and still they're using to the full, you know, technology and for their own means, which is the JW broadcast and the conventions, and I want the witnesses to be on their tablets when they go out in field service and everything else. And you know, I just it's just as though throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You know, that I just don't know. There's so many things going on with them. So many things. Every week there's something new. Every week. You know? Oh, by the way, where's Daniel and Gilbert?
Gilbert went back to the chat. Daniel should still be here. Daniel, my brother, are you still here?
Unless he went to sleep. No. Let me stop saying that. Okay. And how's Pixie? Pixie's not here tonight?
I heard her earlier. She might have retired early for the night.
That's unusual. That's unusual. You know, because usually she's here. I listen to, you know, to the let me stop saying program. I listen to the show at least, you know, every week to every other week, and she's on. And I'm just, you know, used to hearing her voice. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah. But I'm, you know, I was gonna ask you, Linda. So how's the weather in Cali now, where you're at?
It's pretty good, actually. Let's see. It was like in the 70s today, I think.
Wow.
Right now it's actually 70 degrees and clear.
You guys got it good.
And it's almost 11:30 p.m. So it's a little on the hot side today, earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear enough to be able to see stars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you get your telescope out and everything.
Yeah, here in New York they had Friday, which was a shock. They went through what they call the cold front because of the I think Hurricane Fiona that hit Puerto Rico and it hit Bermuda, and it was hitting parts of Haiti and Dominican Republic and so on. And they even went up to affected Nova Scotia. And it's going up toward Greenland by now. It was 50 in the early 50s. You know, during the day on Friday, it was so cold. And we still have in where I'm living at, they have the complex I live at. The AC was still, it wasn't on, but it was like, you know, whatever is ruminating within those units was causing the place to get cold. You know, at the windows closed and everything. Me and my family members, but it was cold. You know, felt really cold. We had to, you know, wear winter clothes in our home. You know, like sweatshirts and heavy leggings and socks and closed in winter. You know, bed slippers and everything. And at night, it was in the 40s for a couple of nights. You had to wear a winter nightwear, you know, and break out the quilts and blankets. We had to do that instead of having, you know, the sheets, the top sheets that we usually have, and, you know, wear on summer stuff. But Thursday was the first day of fall, so I guess it's quite apropos. And today, when some of us went out, you know, we had to wear, for a while, we had to wear leather jackets with long sleeve shirts and with our jeans, you know. I saw some people wearing the little ankle boots, like ankle boots, you know.
Yeah.
I saw some teenagers, so with hoodies and everything. It was really, really cold. It really was on the cold side.
Yeah, it was so
today.
cold here. I had to wear pantyhose today. It was crazy.
Nylons or cotton.
No, I was like Eddie Murphy and Nutty Professor. Spandex, spandex, spandex.
Especially when he was looking at all the women.
No, I was in the restroom when I had it on speakerphone, but I wasn't going to reply back when I was in the restroom, so I was just listening. I had to wait to, you know. Didn't want to drop a bomb on you guys. I mean, while I was in the toilet, so anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bomb on me, baby.
I know, right? I just when my head went.
Right? That's good. Man, but whoa, it was cold.
Can I ask you guys a question? I'm just curious on your view on some stuff.
Sure.
Okay, so I've seen some stuff on the media that's just your mouth drops, and it's where you see children going to cross-dressing, being exposed to cross-dressing or drag queen shows, to children. They're trying to pass laws that children, even at 5, 10 years old and older, could have a choice to become transgender, change their sexuality, and the parents would have no rights to interfere with that child. And I know 5 and 10 years old is extreme, but they were saying that if the laws change, it could actually mean a child could actually go and say, hey, I feel like I'm a man, or I feel like I'm a female, or whatever. Does that disturb you guys at all, or do you think that's totally normal and they should have the rights without their parents and being exposed to all this stuff as... Because adult is a one thing. If you want to go to a drag show, or you're old enough to make those decisions, I don't have a problem with that. It's where things are going right now that it just rubs me the wrong way. I'm just kind of curious from a female perspective of what you guys think on some of the stuff that we see going on today.
You go first,
Maybe I shouldn't have asked that.
You go ahead, Linda.
You go first.
No, you go first.
So, from what I'm hearing from you, I think that the information you have is a bit off. So I don't know where to start. What I do know is that there's a time where before puberty hits in, it's at this time doing an experimental. It's not like they have enough evidence that it's the best thing, but it seems like the best thing for there to be hormone blockers for people that consider themselves transgender, meaning that they experience life as being born in the wrong body. And they, in their head, if they saw themselves as the other sex, other than what they are, they would mentally feel more complete. So there is that, it has to be with parents okay. So it's a whole thing where it's like the family knows about it, they talk with the doctor, and if they decide to do it, it's like this family kind of it's okay thing. They all have to choose to do this. And that the attempt is so that they don't have to go through puberty twice. So if someone wants to become a transgender later in life, say in their 40s or 50s, when they do go through that, they might only do hormone therapy. And maybe they won't go a full transition, meaning getting an operation, and just simply present and dress as the opposite sex and then receive either female hormones or male hormones. And then what happens then is they're going through puberty again. And it's very like I have a friend who used to be an LAPD cop. She was in the Marines as a male. And she would have panic attacks, and like it was very disturbing and uncomfortable for her. And so she started her transition later in life. But the stuff going on with children, it's supposed to be a family decision made with a doctor, and the doctor is straight up with them saying, this is what we believe it's going to do, and yet we're not 100% sure. And they say this, it's an experimental stage. Mm-hmm. So that's what that's from my educating of myself, that's what I've learned. I have seen on the news. I've heard these stories where somebody will say, my daughter came back from a slumber party and all of a sudden she wants to be a boy. Anybody I know that's transgender, which I know quite a few, have never explained it to me. That was their experience, like as if peer pressure, or like as if that caused it, because no, it doesn't work that way.
And I agree with you, Linda, because, and I just want to say this one thing real quick, then, that, well, Linda, what you're saying reminds me of the show called, that I love the show, but I don't know if the person's going to be back on the reality show, and it's on TLC, called I Am Jazz, and she has been, Jazz Jennings has been, has been transgender since she was when she was, I think like a toddler, because they have footage saying in the beginning of the intro saying that I'm a little girl, a little girl in a boy's body, because she was born male, and so they went through. Her mom went through, Jeanette and the father, and all of them that went through her journey with the hormone blockers and everything from season 1 to season 5 or 6. She eventually got took the hormones. She eventually also got the bottom surgery, which were about 2 seasons. They covered her getting bottom surgery and everything. And now because she has a bout with depression, which runs in parts of the family. She has on her weight loss journey now. But I don't know if they're going to have the show back on again. But, that's what, they went through. And it was a family, like I said, a family decision. The mother, the father, even the grandparents, both sets of grandparents, they have all supported, the transitioning. you know, her transitioning.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know, it's nothing that she came from. I guess that from youth onward, and I don't think that she had that much of an influence. It was just how she felt internally as a child, not only mind, but also heart. That, you know, I'm female, and I'm gonna continue to wear things and do things like a female. And her sister was the only female child. I forgot her sister's name because they had two twin brothers, and one of the twin brothers, he dates trans women. You know, that's the one that's closer to her. I forgot which one, but you know, it's not only an interesting show, and it's a very, very educational and informative show because it shows you about not only Jazz's journey as a transgender person, but also her friends like Noelle and the other girl, I forgot her name. They're and there's a trans woman who is
What is the name of this show?
And so on. It's called I Am Jazz on TLC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of the Discovery communications umbrella, you know, networks. You know, it's very, very. Or you can see it if you have Discovery Plus, which is a streaming. They have that on there, but before they even created Discovery Plus, I was watching it from episode 1, season 1, episode 1, and I was like intrigued. My sisters and my nephews and nieces, they were like, "Yeah, do you see what happened? You see, we all love the show. We all love the show, you know." Yeah.
Okay. If you could Google, okay, if you could Google someone named Polly Murray, Pauli. This person, she was born about 1910. Always has seen herself as a boy. Her mother died young, and her aunt, who she was named after, Pauline, took her in and ended up formally adopting her and allowed her to, you know, just be herself. Like she wanted to wear shorts and t-shirts and kind of boy clothes. You know, she saw herself as a boy. And her aunt that adopted her used to call her my little girl boy or my little boy girl. She just talked to her as though the way she was acting and being was normal. But she had this one rule. When we go to church, you will be in a dress. But the rest of the week, that's how you want. But her, you know, so that was that. So, and she was one of those people, like, she's African American and has some Native American in her as well. And I believe another nationality, which I forgot. But you can tell she's a light-skinned black woman. And she's on the petite side and slender. So she was very into education, and the family around her that raised her, they were all educators. So she went to school with a parent, you know, her aunt that adopted her, when she was like 2 or 3 or 4, and sat in the back of the class. So she learned how to read early. And just, she was very much about education. So finally, when it was time to go to college, she just kept hitting one impasse after another. Either she couldn't go to this college because she's black, or she couldn't go to this other college because she's a woman. This is, you know, so that's like 1930, right? You know, around the time of the Depression and everything. And so she was also in the back of the bus when the bus driver told her, I mean, she did not sit in the back of the bus, and a bus driver told her to go sit in the back, and she's like, no, I'm not going to. And she said that the reason why she wasn't going to is because the seats in the back are dilapidated and not, they're all crappy, you know? And she was sitting in a place she wanted to sit. So she refused to and got arrested. You know, so she's somebody that
3 rows apart.
precisely, but most people don't know about her. And she has turned to an activist simply because she kept finding herself in positions of where society was telling her, no, you can't because of you're a woman or you're black. So she has actually done things to where she's paved the road, paved the way for those, you know, that have walked behind her. Now, she later wrote, and she became a professor. Like there's a college named after her, Pauli Murray College, and it's a residential college, okay? She would write doctors and tell them, listen, I believe I'm a man, and is there any way I could get hormones? You know, I believe that would help. And they, of course, would write her back very dismissively. Like, that ain't gonna happen, lady. But she knew enough to know that maybe that could help. And today, where we are today, that's actually a form of hormone therapy. So men might get female hormones and the women might get male hormones to support that transition of what's between their ears, you know, how they feed themselves. But she, you know, was an educator. She went to colleges, and she near the end of her life, she became the first ordained Episcopal priest, which when she started in seminary school, it was still like, it was not open for women to become priests at that time. But she said to herself, you know, maybe by the time I get out, they'll be open for it. And they were. So she's the very first female ordained Episcopal priest. She's quite the thing. So her name is Pauli Murray, P-A-L-I Murray. And I really want to encourage everyone to please look this person up. She looked at, what is this? John Crow. She would call it Jane Crow. Okay. So she was quite the person.
That's interesting because there was two people who were, as far as transgender famous people. There was can't think of the name of one who who became a trans man, and then another one who was a trans woman. There was I forgot the name of this jazz pianist, and I forgot that he was white, and he was back in the 40s towards 50s towards 60s, and became, you know, a jazz pianist. In fact, there was 3 people I could just point to. The old Caucasian, but the jazz pianist is one. Once I get the name, Linda, since we're Facebook friends, I'll message it to you. The other one was in the 50s or 60s. Name was, I think, Jorgensen. They made a movie in the 60s about her being one of the first transgender ones that had surgery, who was who turned and who received the surgeries for it to become, you know, from a man to a woman. That was very famous. And then the other one, this one in the 70s, was one who was a trans woman who was, I think, an automobile engineer who owned set up was that a car or was that automobile corporation that was in competition with Chrysler and Chevrolet and General Motors and what have you. They were one. Their company was in. It wasn't Detroit. It was in another state, and they were. She was in her company was in competition with the big guns, so to speak. The big boys of the automotive industry. So that was. I found that was so interesting. All three. Walks the walks of life as far as what they have. These three people, what they have. What they have endeavored to create and what they've done to become, famous, if not infamous, but it was and Renee Richards, Dr. Renee Richards, who was the doctor, a surgeon who became who played tennis, and that one was the first transgender that I've heard about. And that was in the 70s to 80s where she played tennis and what have you. Everybody was, shocked by that, but it was at first, for those who did not know about transgenderism, if I'm saying the words correctly or using that word correctly, but it was all interesting. I mean, there's more stories coming out about people and different people and their journeys and their lifestyles and their and also their their experiences.
Hello?
Right. My daughter had a friend that I met like when she was 14, and she presented like a girl and always has. And I've always known, but she presents, but she hasn't, I don't believe she's done hormones, nor has she done an operation. So there's different, people present. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to go the whole route. You know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This is Zachary.
Hi, Zach.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay.
Great.
I don't have much to contribute, but when you mentioned, I think, Italy, you were listing a number of people, and you mentioned Christine Jorgensen.
Yes, thank you. I know you always come through for me and everyone. Thank you. Go. Continue.
Yeah, that is, I think that the Christine Jorgensen story is a full movie on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see what happened to Christine Jorgensen on YouTube, and you can see the discussions that the man before he became Christine. You can see the discussions that he had with his doctor, and because it makes me think of there were recent Supreme Court confirmations, and someone what is a woman? And the
Yes.
the
Yes,
person
she was
being
asked that.
confirmed, yeah, and the person being
It was
confirmed,
almost like a trick question. I'm sorry.
yeah, and she said, "I'm not a biologist," something like that. She said, but in the discussion with Christine Jurgensen before he became Christine, in the discussion I had with this doctor, I couldn't believe the things that I was hearing about stuff in the brain and all that stuff. But it's not a long movie, but it is the full movie, the Christine Jurgensen story. It's on YouTube.
It actually says she's an American actress. I just Googled her.
What I did see is it was an American. It was a man, and he was like a sort of like at first a reporter, and he ended up. Yeah, and he went over to one of those Scandinavian countries to get medical treatment because they did do this stuff, and I think it was the head of America. They understood the psychology and all that stuff better than we did in America at that time. So, and then after surgery, then she lived with her family over there for a time.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then I think back to America, and then there are other videos where you see the actual Christine Jurgensen in interviews and giving speeches and stuff. That's other stuff.
Yes.
That was all I had to say. I heard that name.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that because I couldn't think of the name, but I did see part of the movie. What you were speaking about. I had an actor named Quinn Rediker, who was in a movie who ended up being on, I think, the soap, which is still on NBC, Days of Our Lives. You know, he's a veteran actor. He played the actor who, the man who ends up, I think, he fell in love with her, with Christine Jorgensen. I remember that part from the movie. It's been a while back. But I appreciate that, Zachary. And you know what? I'm glad, Zachary, that you mentioned it because the jazz pianist and the jazz singer who was a trans man was named Billy Templeton. That's the person's name, Billy Templeton. And that was from the 50s to 60s. And that was that one. And then the other one was, I forgot the 70s car. It was a car that they said was a two-wheel car. This car only had two wheels.
Oh wow!
And this person was a trans woman who was an engineer, kind of like an engineer, but they were transitioning and she was transitioning and she became the president or CEO of a company that folded anyway. But they have it was on, I think it was on YouTube. I can't think of the name. But it was I think the name of the car started with a D. And it was a two-wheel car, 2 or 3 wheel car, where I think it was a 3-wheel car. I think it was 1 large wheel in the front and 2 in the back. And it was a car that they thought it was really going to was going to take the world by storm, but it didn't work because of the fact that that the construction and the engineering really didn't work that well. It might have worked well in theory, and when they had the prototype, it worked pretty okay, but then there were some things wrong with it. And I can't think of this person's name, but that person also, had I think either partial surgeries or just took the hormones. And then Renee Richards, then came Renee Richards. I think Renee Richards was before this person, because they said that, Tucker Carlson from Fox News, his father did was a reporter, a journalist that was so obsessed with transgenderism that he tried to do disclosure on Renee Richards and this woman who was the CEO of the car company, of the short-lived car company. So they were trying. He was the one that was so obsessed with the both of them that he outed the both of them. Which I thought was heinous, because no disclosure is up to the person who wants to who is. If you maybe y'all could correct me, but disclosure is the choice of that person. It's not shouldn't be anyone else's choice. It has nothing to do with that person's journey or that person's the way that person wants to live their life.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
When somebody else does it instead of the person, then it's called outing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Matter of fact, one of my good trans friends, I'm talking to somebody else about him, and as though he knew, and the person didn't know, and I'm like, oh my God. So I quickly called my trans friend and went, look at, and it was our first phone call. I'm like, this is what I did, and I thought they knew, and I'm sorry. And that's how our friendship started. I was like, if you do, I'm so sorry. And he's been one of my dearest friends ever since. So he is a F2M, so male to female.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like, when I think about it, that the people who are really causing a lot of don't say gay, mandates and all these other things, they're the ones who's more of a danger to society, like DeSantis and that Abbott, from Texas, DeSantis from Florida, Abbott from Texas, and all these other ones. They're the ones that they're causing a great deal of dissension politically. I'm not trying to get in politics or anything, but they're the ones that's causing more of a danger to society than anything, because they. I'm sorry. I just got so upset about what they're trying to do, guys.
When it's said, they always go into politics.
I'm sorry. Let me stop. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean you don't do it, but that's the way,
Right. Let me stop. But it's something that it's something how it's people should understand. People should understand. I mean, this what does it take for people not to try to open up their minds, even if they never agree with it? Just open up their mind and give every human the benefit of the doubt. That's the thing.
There was the guy who said, I'm going to tell you what Jesus said about the gay and all that stuff. He says, I'm going to tell you what Jesus said about it. Listen. And he stood the mic. And not a word came out of his mouth.
Oh,
maybe you should have shutted it. Maybe you should have shut his mouth.
No,
that was the
I'm sorry.
point. was his point that if you look for the statements that Jesus made, you won't find any. You'll only find them when you get into the epistles of Paul.
Thank you. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You know, you won't, that, my throat. Because Jesus has said, actually, nothing.
Nothing.
You know, nothing. When it comes to the prostitutes, the people who were the beggars and everything else, he showed them so much compassion. And these Pharisaical people, you know, like Watchtower, who, you know, they're pointing out every, you know, like they said that the scripture about straining the gnat or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They
straighten up the net.
Thank you. They're like every single thing that seems to be. It seems like every single thing is being picked on when it comes to just people living their lives, people being who they want to be, you know, people's thoughts and everything, you know, it's, I don't know, I'm just, it just makes me upset when it comes to that.
Being the way.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to mute myself because I have to go to sleep. I just have to, I listened to the last, you know, listening to the conversation, and I heard you giving that to people. I just had to.
But I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I always, you know, I love it when you come on the show. I really do, because you're so knowledgeable and you're very considerate as well. You know.
Thank you.
And so such one of the most open-minded people on the show. So I appreciate that myself. I know Linda does too.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I love you both. You know, I really do. You know.
And let me, that law from before, that law that you were talking about, I guess it was discussion, but it's half asleep and half awake, and so I was mixing stuff.
About the statute of limitations?
Yeah. I think that it started getting introduced into Congress in 2021. And it went through the House, and I think the sponsor of the bill in the Senate was Dick Durbin. And one of the people who signed on to it was Marsha Blackburn. She had signed on to it in the Senate, and I think there were 9 people who signed on to it. And then you can see Nancy Pelosi and representing the House signing it, and Kamala Harris represented the Senate signing it as the president of the Senate. And what it does is it is an amendment to Title 18, Section 2255. And one of the things in Section 2255 under the old law, before they amended it, is that you had to do your thing within 10 years after a minor reached their 18th birthday. So that's been amended out. That's been taken out. That's what that Act of Congress does. It takes that 2255 out, and it says there's no limitation. Yeah. So they have the time to bring suits, you know, especially civil suits. All right, so I'm going to mute myself. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. Thank you,
You're welcome.
Zach. So wonderful. Wonderful speaking
So,
with you.
Andrew, somebody in the chat named Andrew, it's Kang, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. You were asking, say the name, And so I've asked you in the chat what name you're talking about. Hi. So I gave you a number. You could call in, or I'm not sure which person's name you wanted to know about, which is silly because you're asking for the name. What name did you? He's asking for the name. So let's see. You're welcome to call in. I just put the number in the chat. May I ask if you are in the States, the United States, Andrew? So I'm looking at the chat now, asking Andrew if he is in the United States. He's got a very cool icon in front of his name. Very cool.
Uh-oh, now my phone's going.
Okay.
Linda, what? Oh, did we answer Daniel's question?
I don't know. I still have yet to find how children can just decide to make this decision, and the parents are left out. The parents don't have any rights. I heard
something about that on internet, one of the internet news, and
right.
then it went from one screen to another. Another, I forgot the news that when you get on, I forgot, they don't call it Internet Explorer, they call it, oh wow, I forgot, well, the browse is cool, but the other one, my mind is going. That when I log in first on my for my my internet provider.
Yeah.
And the news that comes on before when you click on it, and it says something. I think it's MSN, and they mention it really quickly, and then it went to other news articles before I went to fully go into, the Chrome browser, so I could do some other things I had to do on my computer. What was it? It was Friday when it was cold. So.
Okay. So I have heard stories of children, that they see themselves as the opposite sex of what they were assigned to at birth, and oftentimes the parents would allow them to present themselves in what they feel comfortable in, much like Holly Murray and how her adopted mother allowed that to happen. So I do know of that. I don't believe there's like this whole Monty. You get to have the hormones as a small child, or that you get to transition medically at that. I don't think that happens.
I think that Jazz Jetty's brother, Jeanette and her father, I forgot the father's name. They have this. They decided that if Jazz wanted to be Earl, for that to be a reality, and they make sure that she received the hormone blockers, and even up to the point where she's very early 20s. I think she's about 21 now. She's the full, everything for her to be a female. She, with the surgeries and the hormones and everything, she has it. She's. You look at her, she's, everything there is. I can't tell.
Yeah.
I can't tell that she was a male, But she received her blockers when she was, I think, as young as middle school. So she just received it early,
Yeah.
There's no sign of any testosterone or anything. It's just everything's just taking. The whole journey was to she's happy now. Now she's waiting to lose the weight and working her anxiety issues, with therapy and so on. And this start going to Harvard because she got accepted into Harvard. Sorry. Ooh, I'm so sorry. That was rhythm. I don't know if she's going to continue the series because I guess maybe she's going to take time off to go to college. Go to school and then bring it back and bring it back because those reality shows they do. You see $100. All of them. Because it's like being on a television show, but it's they give them an outline. Oh, sorry, Borg term. Sorry for the Borg term, everybody. They give them an outline because I've seen it. They give them an outline and then they improvise from there. And that's it. And they make up a story, and every single episode is a different story. But the premise is, this is her journey as a transgender woman, and so on, Everybody has what they call, some people say, a shtick or something like that, but everyone has their own, in the entertainment world, whether it's for informative or documentary and everything, everyone there's a reason for a season, and that's her season. And I think my phone is beginning to need recharging.
Okay. Sure.
So, it was great talking to you, Linda, as always. And same here. And I'll get in touch with you through Facebook Messenger and call you after hours too.
Thank you.
And I'm getting a little bit sleepy out here. Okay.
Okay.
So you take care.
Stay warm, my friend. Stay warm. I love you.
I love you too, definitely. I do. And you keep keeping on and everything and too. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
I can see that I need to do some more educating on myself. You're welcome. Because, when I'll talk with you later, Hitley. I can tell I need to do more educating because I can, 20, 30 years ago, the way it was, when someone wants to transition, they had to present themselves as a man or as a woman dressing like that for like a full year, and they were supposed to be in therapy with a therapist. So it wasn't like this last minute thing, let's do it on Thursday. It was like there was a lot to go on before someone can surgically transition. So not everyone that is transgender has surgically transitioned. Some have not. And what I also found out was that 70% of transgenders are attracted to the same sex that they were attracted to before they transitioned. So beforehand, if someone, say that was a female who transitioned to a male and saw themselves as like a lesbian before they transitioned into a man, they would then be attracted to women.
That's true.
I'm saying it was. I'm saying
that's true because Billy Temperton. That's true because Billy Temperton. Frank.
Bless you. Bless you.
That's true because Billy Temperton, who was the jazz pianist, married married. married a woman
Mm-hmm.
in the civil ceremony a long time ago. You know?
That's, mm-hmm.
I think so. I think it does. Oh, wow. I could. Oh. Uh-oh.
You got the sneezes.
I'm sorry.
And you know what I get to do now that I'm not at JW anymore? I get to say, bless you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I don't think they wanted to say good. I don't think they wanted to say Gesundheit when we were in the organization either, which is ridiculous. Okay. Oh man, can I hear it?
So if a man and a woman is
hello.
And
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Linda, it's cutting off. I gotta go.
Okay. Bye bye, honey.
All right. Bye bye. Take care.
Sure. So, so if a transgender male is married to a female and then he chooses to, you know, go through the transition surgically or whatever, which way that he chooses to, when he becomes transgender, it's often that he would, as a woman, she would still be attracted to her wife. You see what I'm saying? So 70% of transgenders are attracted to the same sex as they were before they transitioned. So that's that. And there's so much advancement happening. I have to keep up with it. Andrew is saying good night, or goodbye. So I am chatting with him back. I said, okay, see you later. Because he said take care, which, he might have been saying it to you, Whitney. So sorry about that, Andrew. If you're still here, stick around if you want. So yeah, that's, if there's a situation where children can just like hang out together and decide to be transgender and parents have no rights, I need to find out about that, because that's crap. That is crap. It's crap. Yeah. I can't imagine them being able to get themselves to the doctor, set it all up, and that should not be that way. So there's an article I just opened up from the Washington Post. Let me see if I could read it before it disappears. And I'm not sure what all it's going to say. So it's entitled, I Am a Boy. So Andrew is saying at 21 or at least 18 years old. I believe Andrew is saying that would be the time that one could transition. Is that correct, Andrew? Because that's more along the lines of how it was before, but now they're doing something to where they could do some hormone blockers to help them not have to go through puberty twice. So he said yes, so thank you, hon. So I'm going to continue reading this. It's from February 25th, 2022, so that's this year. And I haven't read this article yet, so let's see what it's going to say. This FAQ has been updated. So this is a fact, let's see, FAQ. Transgender rights have once again emerged as political flashpoint in America, while President Biden signed an executive order expanding protections of LGBTQ people. Republican lawmakers have sought to roll back the rights of the transgender community, especially the rights of children. Okay, children don't have many rights here in America, but let's keep going with this. Conservative, including the rights of children. Across the country, conservative legislators have introduced and passed a wave of bills that would ban medical treatment for transgender children and restrict transgender students from playing in sports according to their gender identity. So yeah, that was a very tough thing about, male to female, and then the females being in female sports. And that's something that if they took hormones, female hormones, it actually softens their strength, and it really makes a difference in the stature of the woman at that time. But it still seems like just because a guy wants to put on a dress doesn't mean he can't overpower. And it seems like it's very unfair. So I get why they're thinking of it that way. Many of these political debates are laden with misinformation and misunderstandings about what it means to be a transgender teenager today. Advocates and medical experts say, informed by medical guidelines and interviews with doctors and experts, the Washington Post compiled answers to some of the most commonly asked questions used about transgender young people. Washington Post compiled answers, that's what it is. And then there's something that says, I can be who I want to be. And it says the name of the child who is 8 years old. Understanding the transgender community, the basics. What does it mean to be transgender? Transgender is an umbrella term for anyone whose gender does not align, or I would call it match up with, their sex assigned at birth. So if you're assigned as a girl, and on the birth certificate it says girl, but you consider yourself a boy, that's what I believe that's saying. Cisgender is a term applied to people who are not transgender, people whose gender identity matches their assigned sex. So if as a girl, my birth certificate says I'm a girl, that is how I see myself. So I'm non-transgender, okay? Gender identity is not the same thing as gender expression. For example, cisgender women might present in a more stereotypical masculine way, but still identify as her female sex assigned at birth. How do doctors diagnose gender dysphoria? So the word dysphoria is considered like a very uncomfortable experience with a lot of anxiety because they don't see themselves in the mirror as they see themselves in the head. Gender dysphoria is defined as psychological distress that results from a mismatch between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published by American Psychiatric Association, not everyone who is transgender is diagnosed with gender dysphoria. That's interesting. Some transgender people do not feel discomfort or distress in their body. And not all people diagnosed with gender dysphoria will choose to undergo medical treatment or transition-related surgery. Okay, so that kind of confirms what I was saying, that they don't go some will not go the whole Monty is what I'm calling it tonight. For adolescents to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria, they must have experienced a marked, I don't know how to say this word, incongruence, a marked incongruence between their gender and their assigned sex at birth, lasting at least 6 months. According to the APA Diagnostic Manual for Young Adolescents, this can be manifested as a strong desire to prevent the development of secondary sex characteristics such as facial hair or breast growth. Yeah, once the hair shows up and the growth there, it's going to feel even more uncomfortable. Gender dysphoria can have serious health impacts. It can affect a person's ability to function at school or work and can lead to intense anxiety, depression, and suicide risk. Some adolescents or adults have experienced distress using the bathroom and developed gastrointestinal issues. gastrointestinal. So, issues. As a result, said Jack Turbin, a doctor and fellow in child and adolescent psychiatry at Stanford University Medical School, some transgender people who bind up their chests have experienced skin infections and respiratory problems, Turbin said. So some people will take like what you would wrap your knee around if you sprained your knee. It's this long piece of cloth that you wrap around your knee. Some people will take something similar to that, and that's what we're talking about here when they say bind their chests. So they take something similar to that as cloth above their chest because they've now developed in that area, and they don't even want to see that or look, they want to, they're very uncomfortable with it. So they bind that down. So there's, skin infections, which actually makes sense to me because if you bind that down and then there's sweat happening there, all kinds, yeast infections and all kinds of stuff could come up with that kind of stuff. Okay. A recent study from Turbin and a team of other researchers found exposure to gender identity inversion therapy attempts by a professional to force a transgender person to be cisgender was assigned with an increased odds of attempting suicide. Oh my God, okay. So so if you're trying to just get somebody who sees themselves as transgender and try to convince their ass that they're straight, that's it. Can cause some suicidal thoughts. Is associated with increased odds of attempting suicide. Instead, major medical organizations such as the American Academy of Pediatrics have encouraged doctors and parents to take a gender-affirming approach to transgender child care. And then it shows a picture of someone that looks like they're a teenager, like about 17 years old, identifies as non-binary and uses they, them pronouns. This person's name is Jasper, and they consider themselves as part of Generation Z. Then I'm going to go to the next one. Oh, I think I'm going to read some of these comments here. Yes, the state of not being suitable and not fitting well with something else. Thank you. You work with a girl that binds her chest. She puts herself in hospital a couple of times. Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, to me, in my head, it just seems like it would cause misery. And I think Cher said it one time the best. because her daughter, I want to say his name is Taz. Oh well. He used to be a girl, but he has transitioned into a male. And if you see him now, you can tell he's at peace. You can tell even in his smile that he feels more centered. And when he was younger, before that, he was pretty miserable. And the way his mother shared that it was like, if I woke up in a man's body and I couldn't look like this, it would be very disturbing. she did a bit of trying to identify with her son, you know. At what age do young people realize they are transgender? This depends entirely. Oh, did I read all of your stuff here? I want to make sure I did. Let me go back to you, Robert. Okay, and then you're talking, and then Andrew mentioned that XX, and I accidentally put the arrow in front of it. I'm going to just text something so I can, yeah. Okay, XX or XY, science. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm caught up there. This depends entirely on each individual case. With more information about the transgender community becoming available to young people and their parents, more children are coming out at earlier ages than in the past, and more transgender clinics are available to provide them with care. Some people don't realize they are transgender until they reach puberty or later in adulthood, but some children show signs that they are transgender early on in childhood. Not everybody puts their puzzle together in the same way or at the same time, said Joanna Olson Kennedy, medical director of the Center of Trans Youth Health and Development at Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Okay. One of the largest transgender clinics in the country. So that's actually out here by me. Okay. Olson Kennedy said the vast majority of transgender youth patients at the clinic first arrive when they have already reached puberty. The average age for presentation for services at the clinic is 15, she said. Despite the intense political focus on young transgender children, only 10% of the children arrive at her clinic are before puberty. Okay? How many young people identify as transgender? The Williams Institute at the UCLA School of Law estimates that 0.7% of teens aged 13 to 17, Gallup poll found that 11% of LGBT adults identify as transgender. So let me just stop here. 11% of the LGBT adults, first off, from what I understand, the LGBTQ community is 10% to begin with. So 11% of that 10%. Am I saying the math wrong? That doesn't sound right. Anyways, maybe that's changing. I'm going to find out as I read this. Rebasing this percentage to represent the share of the U.S. adult population, Gallup found that 0.6% of U.S. adults identify as transgender. But among Generation Z adults, about 2% identify as transgender. And researchers expect the number to continue to grow. Oh my, okay. 1 in 6 Gen Z adults are LGBT. And this number could continue to grow. going to be good, I can tell. Andrew said you can be whatever you want to be, but not in the public area or school, meaning school. Okay, back to the article. Does this mean there are more transgender people than before? Advocates say it's merely a sign that more transgender people have the information and language. I like the way that article just said this. The information and language available to understand and describe their identities. Transgender people have existed throughout history, including transgender children. But many clinics have been treating transgender children only in recent decades. Olson Kennedy said her clinic has been taking care of trans young people since the 1990s. So that's pretty good. Just over 30 years then. What's happening now is not a massive surge in transgender people, said transgender advocate Gillian Bransister. I know I'm not saying the name right. Branstetter. Gillian Branstetter. Period. It's an understanding that gender, much like sexuality, exists on a spectrum and is more fluid than people allow. Now that's fascinating. Okay. And then there's a video. Gender is a social construct. 3 binary people and how they define their gender. So they mean to be non-binary. Non-binary is a term used to describe people who do not identify exclusively as male or female. Some non-binary people also identify as transgender, and some are also diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Remember, that's the dysphoria that causes so much anxiety and can lead to the suicidal thoughts. And there's a message here. Professor Dave Explains has a very good video where he explains some science behind the subject. Oh, fascinating. I'd love to be able to look at that sometime. And where I was at is in this article that I'm going to go back to. People also identify as transgender, and some are also diagnosed with gender dysphoria, but others are not. Many, but not all, non-binary people use they, them pronouns instead of he, him, or she, her. Some non-binary people will use a combination of different pronouns. What does it mean to be intersex? Intersex is an umbrella term used describing people with differences in sex traits or reproductive anatomy, which can include variations in genitalia, internal anatomy, hormones, or chromosomes. Some people are born with these differences, while others develop them in childhood, according to the organization of Interact, INTERACT. That's quite interesting. Then there's another quote here. One of my biggest fears is not being able to grow up as a boy. Wow, he's talking about it like it's a fear of his. Wow. And this is someone named Matthew, who's 14. Transgender medical care for children. How does a young child transition? For pubertal, I'm so not saying it right. Pubertal, pubertal. For pre-pubertal transgender children diagnosed with gender dysphoria, doctors recommend avoiding gender affirming medication. According to the Indoctrination Society, END OCRIN, Indoctrine Society, Clinical Practice Guideline, which is in blue. I'll be tapping on that later to see what this clinical practice guideline is, which sets standards for care for transgender people. If you have not started puberty, there's nothing to block and nothing to add, Olson Kennedy said. It's about creating environments that are supportive. Rather than beginning a medical transition pre-pubertal transgender children, changing one's name and pronouns and wearing different clothing or hairstyles. This transition can, in some cases, involve legal changes to names and genders listed in identifying documents. Yes, prepubescence, you're right. That's another word for that, another name for that. Thank you. So there could be some legal stuff for documents. Transgender children are not offered puberty blockers or hormone treatment until they reach puberty. Medical guidelines generally do not recommend genital gender affirming surgeries before a child reaches age 18. That's what I've had in my head. So it's sounding like it's still along the same line. And then it's showing a picture of someone named Chloe, who's 15 and who is transgender, a transgender girl, looking like she's at a clothing store shopping for clothes. What are puberty blockers and when are they offered to transgender children? Once a transgender child has met diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria, so that means it has to come from that book. They have to qualify from that book that I was talking about earlier for psychiatric book. Okay, once transgender children has met diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria, and after the child first shows physical changes of puberty, clinicians may recommend puberty suppressing treatments, also known as puberty blockers. The medication the medication pauses puberty and prevents unwanted changes to teenagers' bodies, such as periods in transgender boys or the deepening of the voice in transgender girls. The puberty blockers are intended to give young people more time to decide what to do next. That's pretty, I like that. I have not heard it described like that before. The puberty blockers are intended to give young people more time to decide what to do next. At any point, a transgender teenager can stop taking puberty blockers and will continue to go through the puberty of their sex assigned at birth. A transgender girl struggles to find her voice as lawmakers attack her right to exist. What a terrible feeling. For decades, puberty suppression has been used by doctors to treat it looks like it says precocious puberty, but it's spelled Precocious. Precocious puberty, I think. Abnormally. Early onset of puberty. Okay. So that's what that might mean. When somebody hits puberty abnormally early. In children, as well as endometriosis and prostate cancer in adults. That's fascinating. Hormone blockers. So endometriosis is something that is in the lining of the female, that has, which is where within their wombs the periods come from, and there gets to be a buildup, and it's very painful. There could be the way things might heal after someone gives birth, or there's just different things that happen to where it affects. It's quite painful. So the idea of giving these puberty blockers sounds, I've never heard of doing this. That's pretty intriguing. And this is something that would be given with older adults, or, you know, and then for the men with prostate cancer in adults. So, you know, so the prostate, giving a puberty blocker, sounds like it would be slowing down the process of both of these different things, the endometriosis and the prostate cancer in adults. But it was first used as gender-affirming treatment in the 1990s as a transgender clinic in the Netherlands. Politicians critical of puberty blockers have at times focused on federal approvals for the drugs. I don't think I read that right. Politicians critical of puberty blockers have at times focused on federal approvals for the drugs, while puberty suppressants are approved by the Food and Drug Administration to treat children with precocious puberty, which meant that they're starting puberty much earlier than the normal child would. The medications have not been approved specifically for gender-affirming care. Olson Kennedy argues that this lack of approval is because drug firms have declined to perform the studies necessary to get these approvals. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. In general, because many drug companies avoid performing trials on children, it is common in pediatric medicine for doctors to prescribe drugs off-label, which I don't know what that means. In general, because many drug companies avoid performing trials on children, which actually makes perfect sense, it is common in pediatric medicine for doctors to prescribe drugs off-label. Let me see if I can look up what that word means, the off-label. Approved using an approval drug, off-label use. The term can mean that the drug is used for diagnostic things. What does off-label mean? Unapproved use of an approved drug is often called off-label. So unapproved use of an approved drug is often called off-label. Use this term can mean that the drug is used for a disease or mental condition that is not approved to treat, such as when chemotherapy is approved to treat one type of cancer, but healthcare providers use it to treat different types of cancer. Okay. So you said, sorry, can you repeat the part about the endometriosis? And it means that even though they aren't officially approved, yes, thank you, for that use, the doctor prescribes it anyway. Okay. Sure, I'll go back to the endometriosis. So I'm going to go back to that paragraph now. For decades, puberty suppression has been used by doctors to treat puberty, abnormally early onset puberty in children, as well as endometriosis and prostate cancer in adults.
but it was first used as gender-affirming treatment in the 1990s at a transgender clinic in the Netherlands. And is that making sense now? Which actually is not uncommon. For instance, Viagra. Viagra was originally created to keep the blood flow circulating in your body quite well. And then there was a surprise side effect, right? So Viagra ended up being used for the surprise side effect. Another one, there was medicine used for glaucoma in the eyes, and it would be like, it would look like a tube of mascara, and you would unscrew it and pull it out, and it had like a little brush on the end. So the patients with glaucoma would take it and put it along the eyelash line of their eyes, and that was the medicine for their glaucoma. Well, over time, they had these really long eyelashes and darker, okay? So now they use that, I don't know if it's exactly the same way, but they use that for the beauty industry because it gives people in the beauty industry longer lashes and darker. People actually go to salons to get their eyelashes colored with a tint, and it's quite the process. So if you can put this ointment on that does that for you, that's pretty darn cool, okay? So yeah, those are the two things that came to mind at the time. And good, you said, yes, thank you, cool. Okay, politicians critical of puberty blockers have at times focused on federal approval for drugs. While puberty suppressants are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, I know I'm repeating this, so I'm going to go ahead and finish it. To treat children that are pre-puberty, the medications have not been approved specifically for gender affirming care. Olson Kennedy urges that this lack of approval is because drug firms have declined to perform the studies necessary to get the approval. And once we were reading that they have a hesitation to do trials on children, it kind of sounds understandable. In general, because many drug companies avoid performing trials on children, it is common in pediatric medicine for doctors to prescribe drugs off-label, which is what they're prescribing it for one thing, which is different than what it was originally created for. What are hormone treatments and when are they offered? I had no idea how long this article was going to be, but it's quite informative, actually. What are hormone treatments and when are they offered to transgender youth? Once a transgender, and let me just stop right here to mention something. When somebody goes on the pill, you're actually taking estrogen for so many days and then progesterone for so many days, and then you stop these pills and then a woman's period will naturally happen. So being on the pill, in my view, would be a hormone treatment as well. So that's something that we've been doing for years for another reason. So I just thought I'd bring that up. Back to the article. Since these are partly irreversible treatments, wait a minute. Okay, I'm going to back up. What are hormone treatments and when are they offered to transgender youth? Once a transgender teenager reaches later years in adolescence, some may request sex hormone treatment. estrogen for transgender girls, and testosterone for transgender boys. These medications can help align a transgender person's body to their gender identity, meaning how they see themselves in their heads, leading to facial hair growth and a deeper voice in transgender boys, for example, and breast growth in transgender girls. Since these are partly irreversible treatments, the Indoctrination Society, and I don't even think I'm saying that right, ENDOCRINE Society recommends waiting to begin treatment until after a person has sufficient mental capacity to give informed consent, which the society said most adolescents have by age 16. Okay, so they're saying that usually by the age of 16 they can give confirmed consent. Okay, in some cases, according to the 2017 guidelines, which is also in the blue 2017 guidelines, which means it will lead me to a link to help me see what those guidelines are. Transgender youth may have this capacity by age 14. Each transgender's ability to consent has to be determined individually. Olson Kennedy said, one person's 14-year-old is very different from another person's 14-year-old. And then in blue it says, as senators debate her rights, a transgender teenager gives a confident testimony. Interesting. The Indoctrination Society recommends starting treatment with a gradually increased dose schedule, carefully monitored by the multidisciplinary team of doctors. Wow, that's a team of doctors, okay. So these teenagers, what I'm gathering from this is that they're starting off on smaller doses, which actually is how most medicines, well, not most, but some do, start off on a smaller dose and then they increase it. In recent debates over transgender medical care, politicians have made claims that transgender children are undergoing genital surgeries at young ages. Current medical guidelines say children should not undergo gender affirmation genital surgery before they are 18. Okay, this is the second time in the article that it's confirming the way I've come to know, and this is actually a recent article, so that's good to hear. Chest surgeries can be performed on transgender teenagers before the age of majority. Let's see. Yeah, before the age of majority in a given country. Age 18 in the United States. So this is saying that they can go get this done in another country, I believe. Let me start this over. Chest surgery, which means women getting rid of their breasts. Chest surgeries can be performed on transgender teenagers before the age of majority in a given country. Age 18 in the United States. According to the standard of care from the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, preferably after ample time of living in the desired gender role and after 1 year of testosterone treatment. Okay, that sounds, I like the way they place that. What does scientific research tell us about those treatments and their impact? Research on this medication is still evolving. So that's what I was talking about earlier, that it's still there. It's at the beginning stages, and people, when the doctor talks about it, they're saying it's like still a trial. Like we're still learning about it. It seems like it's the right route to take, but we might find out later that it's not. So let me start this paragraph again. Research on these medications is still evolving, due in part to the nascent nascent nature of the treatments. So I'm going to look up this word. Nascent, objective, especially nascent, especially of process of organization, just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. Okay. So again, it's like we're still kind of figuring it out. Due in part to the nascent nature of the treatments. The challenges of performing studies in children and the small size of transgender youth population, but several studies on puberty blockers have found that transgender young women who were treated with medications showed lower rates of depression and anxiety and demonstrated better global functioning. That's interesting. So that's what they have from the older people. This is the results from those that are older. So they're hoping that that's going to be the result on those that are younger. So a study conducted by Turbin and colleagues published in the Journal of Pediatrics in 2020 showed that young people who wanted a puberty suppressant and were able to access it had lower odds of considering suicide. Yeah, it's no joke. The anxiety that one experiences, this dysphoria, is no joke. Critics of gender affirmation treatments often argue that children are too young to make these decisions and may regret them in adulthood. Skeptics will often cite statistics from studies suggesting that a majority of young transgender children will eventually grow out of their transgender identity later in life. But Turbin and other experts have argued the methodology used in these studies is flawed because the researchers include a large cohort of children referred to transgender clinics, not children who actually met the criteria for gender dysphoria. Remember earlier in the article that that was a necessary thing, that they wouldn't get approved of being able to take these blockers unless they qualified for under the criteria for gender dysphoria. He argued that many of these children were not transgender to begin with, and many have simply been brought to the clinics by their parents because they were tomboys or gender non-conforming children. So I used to be a tomboy. So, you know, maybe these parents think they're being, like that might be the thing to do. Okay. A new study by Turbin and other researchers from the Fenway Institute at Harvard Medical School found that 13.1% of currently identified transgender people have detransitioned at some point in their lives, but that 82.5% of these people attributed their decision to external factors such as pressure from family, school environments, and vulnerability to violence. Whoa. Let me read that again. A new study by Turbin and other researchers from the Fenway Institute at Harvard Medical School found that 13.1% of currently identified transgender people have detransitioned at some point in their lives, but that 82.5% of these people, I'm assuming it's these people that are in the 13.1%, of these people attributed their decision to detransition to to external factors such as pressure from family, school environments, and vulnerability to violence. Okay, that sucks. And that's what they experience already to begin with. That's too bad. I know that some people will choose to, you know, detransition. And I haven't had a chance to talk to people that do this yet, but it would be interesting to find out why. Because what it's saying here is it's from factors outside of the person, not from what they think to begin with. What are some of the risks of these medications? Puberty suppressants do come with some risks. And in the Indoctrination Society's 2017 guidelines mentions the need for more research on the effects of prolonged delay of puberty in adolescence. So it would be a prolonged delay. So they're saying that this still needs to be studied for them to have a better idea. Puberty suppressants may include adverse effects on bone mineralization, according to the Indoctrination Society, but the estimated calculated risk of bone fracture remains extremely low. So there is that chance, but they're claiming it's low. Terman said, citing a recent paper in pediatrics for each patient, this likely low risk of fracture needs to be weighed against the risk of adverse outcomes from gender dysphoria itself. So, you know, yes, there may be a risk of the bone fracture, but that gender dysphoria might outweigh what they're claiming to be as a small risk of these bone fracturing. So I'll read it again. Puberty suppression may include adverse effects in bone mineralization, according to the Indoctrination Society, but the estimated calculated risk of bone fracture remains extremely low, Terman said, citing a recent paper in pediatrics for each patient. This likely low risk of fracture needs to be weighed against the risk of adverse outcomes from gender dysphoria itself, Terman said, which we read earlier, that it can, it causes great anxiety and it can lead to suicidal thoughts. If a child has been on puberty blockers for years, most endocrinologists will say by the time you get to 16, you make a decision. So I'm going to spell that word, most indoctrinal. ENDOCRINOLOGISTS. By the time you are 16, you make a decision. Either come off the blockers or start your estrogen or testosterone to mineralize your bone. Terman said, I don't know what that means. I'm going to look up that word, mineralize. It's showing different makeups. I'm not getting the right definition. So I'll have to look at that later. For transgender teenagers who first take puberty blockers and then take estrogen and testosterone treatments, the Indoctrination Society warns that the treatment may compromise fertility later in life. But Turbin says more research is needed on that subject. So I'm liking that they're saying that out front, that if a woman wants to be a male, she may in fact want to have a child in the future, you know? So it might affect their chances of fertility. So I like that they're upfront about this. But Turbin says more research is needed on the subject. The Indoctrination Society recommends that clinicians counsel all transgender people seeking hormone treatment on their options for fertility preservation before they start taking estrogen or testosterone. That's fascinating. Fertility preservation, that's very fascinating. Okay. The legislation has advanced in U.S. to restrict those medications. Let me read this again. What legislation has advanced in the U.S. to restrict these medications? As of February 24th, 2022, which was this year, at least 22 states have introduced bills to criminalize or ban access to puberty blockers, hormone treatment, and transition-related surgeries for transgender minors in 2021. Legislatures in Arkansas voted to pass the nation's first ban on gender-affirming medical treatment for transgender use, overriding a veto from their governor. Governor Asa Hutchinson, Hutchinsor, described the bill as a vast government overreach that would interfere with physicians and parents as they deal with some of the most complex and sensitive matters involving young people. Tennessee enacted a similar ban in 2021, and Alabama is considering one this year. The Alabama Senate passed Senate Bill 184 in late February, and the House will vote on it soon. Lawmakers in Indiana, Kentucky, Utah, Wisconsin, and Missouri have introduced similar bills this year. Major medical organizations, including the American Psychiatric Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American College of Physicians have written in opposition, to these bills. And according to the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law, an estimated 45,100 or 45,100 transgender youth aged 13 and older in the United States are at risk of being denied gender-affirming medical treatment due to proposed and enacted state bans. And here's another quote: I just want the chance to run. I just want the chance to run. And this is by Lindsay, age 20. Transgender youth in sports. Yeah, I don't even want to get into that one. I don't even want to get into that one at all. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. It's still talking to sports. That's just a real controversial, hard to prove either way. Catherine Jenner, who was an Olympian winner, went from being, a male to a female today, and she suggested that it's an unfair thing for transgender females that were once males to do this computing. You know, she has said that, but then there's other people, and the reading that I have done confirms that if a male transitions to a female using those hormones, it actually weakens them and softens their body. So in other words, it takes away the strength of men, is what I've heard and read. But if people don't know that, it just sounds like a guy's coming over with long hair. It just isn't fair. So I understand why they think the way that they think. Yeah, it's still talking sports. I'm sorry. That's how this article is ending, pretty much. Yeah, you know, about the runners and things like that. So yeah, this article is from the Washington Post, and it's called "I Am a Kid," and then it'll switch to like. So in other words, social issues, facts and questions, which is FAQ. What you need to know about transgender children. I thought this article was actually pretty good. Actually very good. It was actually much longer than I thought it was going to be, but I like that I read it. And I think it's confirming the way I've been thinking about it so far, but it's also letting me know, you know, because hormone blockers or puberty blockers is a new thing. That has not always been something to be used, and it sounds like it could really help someone's state of mentality. You know, I'm going to select. I'm copying this whole article so I can store it where I keep notes. Yeah. I need to see if there's other things out there that are different than like what I've read within this article. Because the way Daniel made it sound, that would be quite disturbing, and I would not want to support that at all. So that was a cool article. That was a very cool article. So does anybody have any thoughts that they wanted to share on what I just read or what Daniel asked? You can call in at 727-731-6701, and that'll be over the phone, and you can share your thoughts. Anybody? So Andrew King, I have a question for you. I'm wondering if you've ever been involved in religion or in the Jehovah's Witness religion. Have you ever been involved with that? Or might you still be? That is my question. And if you're uncomfortable answering that, you can just tell me, I'm uncomfortable answering that, and you don't have to tell me a dang thing. Last week, when I went to the Zoom meeting, they had a meeting directly after it. I didn't quite understand what it all meant, but it was one of the first times I had seen them do that. And they called it a board meeting, which I thought was really odd. Really odd. I've never seen or heard of anything spoken of as a board meeting. So, and they described it as, you know, after we pray and, you know, after we sing the song and after we pray, please stay in your seats for a board meeting. I was like, wow, a board meeting. all of the congregation. To me, the board would not have a meeting unless the board has to agree with something that the organization wants to do. So that's what I was thinking about that. Or is there any other subject that anyone wants to bring up? You're welcome to call in at 727-731-6701. We can stay on this subject, we can change it, we can talk about whatever has been on your mind, how your week has gone. It kind of broke my heart. It's your job, Robert, that, you know, braces her chest down and ends up in the hospital, because I know this means she's suicidal. And it's definitely what we just read about, saying it could happen, you know. So knowing that that person that you know of would be going through that is very, very, very hard to watch. Very hard to watch. But I do like the idea about what Biden signed this week about the statute of limitations being gotten rid of regarding reporting child abuse. To me, this is a huge, huge, huge advantage that victims will have. So I'm curious on how the organization or any other institution will try to counteract that. And Andrew said, I think all cults do have that problem. I do too. I do too. And excuse me, not even cults, but standard mainstream Christianity. Boys and Girls Club. Other groups too that aren't even on the chart as trying to be Christian, you know? Anything that falls into, I mean, you're right, it's everywhere. The thing that bothers me about the org is that once it's discovered, say, you know, a victim tells their parent, which just getting to that point to begin with is a big deal, right? Because there's threats that easily happen, much like if you say anything, I'll kill your whole family, or I'll kill you, or guilt tripping to the child, and maybe even having the child think that they're in a mutual, consenting, you know, loving relationship, when in actuality a child is not able to consent to that. Oh, JW Whistleblower says someone's snoring. Huh, okay. That might be Rick. That will happen at times. I actually have the sound down where I'm looking at YouTube, so that you don't have to hear the sound on YouTube through the phone that I'm using. I think it'll cause an echo, so I'm not hearing it. JW Whistleblower is a dog. You know, that's too funny. Some dogs do snore, and they snore, you know? Yeah. So my problem with the organization, and so do other, you know, groups do this. They want to do in-house investigations. They want to do whatever they want to do to make sure it does not get out, that this event gets out, because it's going to give them, the institution, a bad name. And as much as I can understand that, at the expense of a child, that's not okay. It's just not okay. You got dogs, cats not so much. Yeah. I have gone without a pet for a while now and without kids for a while now, and I'm actually loving it. I love the children. I love the pets I had. There's somebody else, and I'm enjoying that. But I have felt myself with a bit of a yearning of wanting to have, like, maybe a cat or a dog back in my life. I've been thinking about that, yeah. I am not a king, I am Kang. K-A-N-G. Kang. Am I saying it right? Andrew Kang? K-A-N-G. I'm thinking that if somebody does not care to call in, I might just let the live stream go, meaning say good night. But if somebody does want to chat about anything, I'm happy to do that. I do look forward to being able to do these shows. Okay, good. I said it correctly. Thank you. Good to meet you, Andrew. I think I asked you earlier if you were part of the Jehovah's Witness religion. I'm not sure if I got an answer from you, if you were ever part of it. Because that's what we talk about, not only that group, but other groups too, because they pretty much share the standard book that we know of, but nobody owns the book. But they have characteristics of coercive control, coercive and manipulating things, which is above and beyond theology, above and beyond, Bible anything. And that's, I think, helpful to know about those techniques and tactics that are used by manipulative people, and ordinarily they are narcissists, cult leaders and politicians and owners of like big corporations tend to be higher on the narcissistic scale than others. So there's that. It is 1:31 a.m. Somebody had called me earlier this week talking about getting their things in order, such as writing out things such as a will and stuff. And I think that's a subject that would be pretty good to talk about. Andrew Kang says, it's better to talk about the problems rather than hiding them. How can you fix the Q without the answer? Yes, how can you fix the question without the answer? Exactly. There could be some things that if honest conversation could happen, it would be so much helpful. So much more helpful. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, the idea of getting things in order for end of life, and I'm not talking about it as though you have to be a certain age or not. But when a friend called me earlier this week and asked me to do some things for her, I know I'm not equipped to do it. And so I had to turn her down, even though I love her dearly. And I think we were taught that we're going to live forever. And we're just not. We're not going to live forever. So it would be a smart thing to do to have the discussion and then after we have the discussion, it's up to you whether you want to do something like that. And it would give you and me peace of mind, because that's what was going on when my friend called me. She was not having a sense of peace of mind. So I'm going to do some homework on that, and maybe have a guest that's much more wiser in that area than I am to talk about that subject, because I think it helps us and equips us to be more prepared for the realities of life. Unlike the illusion that we're never going to die, because that's the way things roll. People die. And as much as I don't like talking about it, I think it's just a right thing to do, You said right, censorship is no go. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but yeah, censorship is no go. I don't recall talking about censorship. But anyways, unless it's part of the tactics of what an abuser or perpetrator would use on their victim. So I'm starting to feel myself fade, and if somebody doesn't bring up something, I'm going to just pretty much let you all go. It was good to have you here, Andrew Kang and JW Whistleblower, and JW Suicide, Bob Roberts, GG for GB, Gilbert Gonzalez, and Daniel, and Whitley, and let's see who else. C. Kelly showed up. And they were in the chat for a while. Yeah, and whoever else just gets to watch this later, I'm glad you showed up. Gabby showed up, was here too. Delon was there, which was nice. And someone named Jenny. And Christ Council was also here. Vicky, no, VIK Roth. So Vic Roth, I believe. Again, Delon, Vic Roth. And John was here too. So yeah, I'm really glad you all showed up. I really look forward to doing this show. It's definitely the highlight of my week. If there is a subject that you would like to have discussed, you're more than fine to inbox me on Facebook through Messenger. If there's a subject you want to touch on, I'd be happy to hear what that would be. So, this is Apostate Linda James, your favorite apostate. We started the show on Saturday, September 24th, 2022. It is now September 25th, the next morning. I think tonight's show was pretty good. I want to thank you for all that showed up, and if you could give this video a like and share it, that would be very, very helpful. I would appreciate that a lot. So I'm going to sign off and say goodnight for now. I'm looking forward to talking with you next week. Okay, bye-bye.